online to check it. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending online. This, but still, why we are selecting Java today? What's the need? Because of your parents' force, no? Hmm? No, sir. My brother is working with IBM. He earned per month 60 lakhs, 60,000 or 70,000. No. So my parents are saying to us, so your brother is already earning 60,000 while you are vacant after completion of the BTech. So go and join with the classes at Amirpet, then try to get job. Because of this, you are coming, right? No, sir. I completed my BTech few years back, 4 years back. Before this, maybe after completion of my BTech, I joined with some college there as a lab in church. So now I want to go for marriage. Opposite side people are asking to me, if you are the lab coordinator, we don't want to give my girl to you. So try to get software job, then only come here. Yeah, is this the reason? Any other reason? No. So then simple question, why you are selecting Java? Any reason, Kerno? Definitely, I can give some reasons. All these reasons are funny reasons only, but I think so these reasons may not be available for you. Only one simple, straightforward answer. For the sake of getting job. For the sake of getting good job. Why is there? Why job is required? Common sense only. I'm asking that. I'm not thinking about too much technical questions now. Why we need this job now? Because of two reasons. Because of very good identity. As I completed my academics, definitely I have to get some identity. I need some background. So one company background I required. So job is mandatory. That's one point. Why job is mandatory? Why identity is mandatory? Sorry. We are able to get job at any field. That is not at all the deal. But with very good identity, getting job is important. So identity, recognition, that's one reason. Any other reason here? Second reason, ultimate reason we have. What is the second reason? No. What is the second? Identity is okay. Respect and identity both are at the same side. Second reason is there. What is the second reason? No. Money. Am I right or not? Good amount of money. Every month, survival, right? Definitely we need some money. See, If we are giving answers like, sir, I'm very much crazy on programming, that's why I'm coming to this Java. No, I don't want to go believe all these kind of statements. No, they are overaction statements only. Yes, sir. Am I right or not? Identity with a good respect, and next one is what? Their money. They are the two important factors in our life. Without money, will you work for the 1 year of time with any company? Will you work for 1 year of time with any company without money? No. So definitely money is required or not? Are yaar, that is your fundamental right. We are working with a company for the sake of money only. At the same time, money with respect, money with identity. That both are required. Fine, whatever it may be, leave this one. Why I'm giving this kind of discussion here? The point is what? If you want to get very good job, in order to get money and respect and identity, Java is a right platform. Java is a right platform at present as per the outside market situation. Market is not much good. Somewhat dryness is going on there. Understand it what I'm telling there. So even though this much of dryness is going on, but still we can trust Java programming language when compared with other programming languages. Understand it, kids? Still some companies are taking Java developers. Some companies are taking Java developers. As per my awareness,
Good morning, friends. My dear friends, good evening. Okay, thank you, Krishna sir. Okay, Kalyani, Wasim, Tanvi, Bhavika. Am I audible? My dear friends, am I audible? Kalyani, am I audible? Yeah, audible. Good, good. Right. If anyone unable to hear my voice, please do one thing. Rejoin the class. That's it. You simply leave from the class and rejoin. It's enough. Right. First of all, good evening once again. Let me introduce. My name is MCP Sahib. Right? I have experience of 22 plus years of experience. I have. I am. I completed my MTech and I am pursuing PhD in the stream of CSC. Right? I can teach the subjects like C language, C++, Java language, Python language, advanced Java, advanced Python, data structures, and web technologies. I can teach very well all these subjects. Right. Today I am going to explain you the history of C. Before going to that, I will explain you the syllabus within a minute. Syllabus. I will teach you the fundamentals. Fundamentals of C. Next one. Input and output functions available in C. Operators available in C. Control statements like if statement, else, switch statement, while, for, do while, break, continue, go to, like that. Now I will explain the concept of arrays. It contains 1D array, 2D arrays, strings, then I will explain structures, unions, enumerators, type def means user defined data types. Then I will explain functions, then pointers, files, and command line arguments. These are the topics I am going to explain you. Today I will explain what is the history of C language. What is the history of C language? My dear friends, wait a minute. I will setting the system settings. Right. My dear friends, do you know so many programming languages are there in the world? C, C++. I already explained you so many languages. C, C++, Java, Python, Advanced Java, Advanced Python. These programming languages are mainly classified into three types. One is low level language. Second one is high level language. Third one is middle level language. Actually, C is a middle level language and it is also called as high level language. I will explain the history, then you can very clear about that. There are so many high level languages. One of the popular high level programming language is BCPL. BCPL. The meaning of this one is basic combined programming language. It is the BCPL stands for basic combined programming language. It was developed by Martin Richard. It was developed by Martin Richard. Martin Richard. At this time, at the development of BCPL, there is one operating system. That operating system is called as DOS, disk operating system, DOS. Actually, DOS is a single user operating system, means this operating system can support only one user at a time. Only one user at a time. Multiple users cannot use this operating system. Single user operating system is a less sufficient to use multiple users. So Then they need to develop a multi-user operating system. Multi-user operating system. To develop this multi-user operating system, they used to write a code by using BCPL. After some time, they came to know this language is not enough to build a multi-user operating system. Then they want to develop a new programming language, and successfully they developed and named it as B. So from BCPL, they developed B language. So we have to write like this: BCPL led to B. It was developed by the developer of B is it was developed by Ken Thompson. Ken Thompson. What is the motto to develop B language? Their aim is to build multi-user operating system. By using B, they developed one multi-user operating system. The name of that is called Multix. Now you are using Unix operating system, Linux operating system. It is the first multi-user operating system, Multix. Okay. They successfully developed BCPL. After that, they developed B also. Actually, BCPL and B, these two are typeless programming languages. BCPL and B are typeless. What is the meaning of typeless? Typeless programming languages means these two doesn't support data types. BCPL and B, these two doesn't support data types. That so it is called as a typeless. What is the meaning of data types? Suppose whenever you go to a sweet shop, there are so many sweets. Whenever you go to a hotel, there are so many types of tiffins like idli, vada, dosa, puri, like that. Those are the types of tiffins. In the same manner, in data also there are some types. Those are called data types. These BCPL and B doesn't support data types. So it is called as typeless programming languages. Then there is a person called Dennis Ritchie. Dennis Ritchie. He developed a new programming language which support data types and named it as C. What is the next language? After B, he named it as C. So B led to C. From B language, C language was developed. Led to C. Who is the developer of this one? It was developed by Dennis Ritchie in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory. It is the laboratory name, Bell Laboratory. On a computer which is having Unix operating system, on Unix machine. Actually, C support data type. So C is a typed programming language. C is a typed programming language. It is the history of C language. There is one of the popular programming language, popular high-level programming language, that is BCPL. BCPL means Basic Combined Programming Language. It was developed by Martin Richard. Martin Richard. From BCPL, a new programming language was developed and it was named as B. It was developed by Ken Thompson. Ken Thompson is the developer, Ken Thompson. Now BCPL and B, these two languages are called typeless programming languages, means it doesn't support data types. Means, what is the meaning of this? Means those two does not support data types. Data types. From B, a new programming language was developed that is called C. It was developed by Dennis Ritchie in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory on a computer which is having Unix operating system on Unix machine. C is a typed programming language. What is the meaning of that? Means it supports data types. A language which supports a data type is called as typed programming language. A language which doesn't support data types is called as typeless programming language. Right. Now it is about the history of C language. Right. My dear friends, you better to note on this. First 5 classes are the demo classes. From 6th class onwards, okay, I will create a WhatsApp group to you and I will send this material to you every day. Until that, you better to note on this, right? These notes, okay? Please, my dear friends, all of you note on this history of C language.
Sir, could you please explain the above points? Actually, I just joined the meet class.
Okay, sure. Right. There are so many high-level programming languages are there. One of the important high-level programming language is BCPL. It stands for Basic Combined Programming Language. This language was developed by Martin Richard. He is the developer of the BCPL. From BCPL, a new programming language was developed that is called B. And it was developed by Ken Thompson. Actually, I explained BCPL and B. These two are called typeless programming languages. The meaning of typeless means it doesn't support data types, does not support data types. That is called typeless programming language. From language B, a new programming language was developed that is called C. C was developed by Dennis Ritchie. He is the developer. C was developed in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory on Unix computer, on Unix machine. Actually, C is a typed programming language, means it supports data types. Clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And what about the above points? I think I can see some points in at the
No.
above
It is the
also.
syllabus. It is the syllabus. That's the syllabus.
Oh,
Okay.
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 Yeah.
You
Thank you.
you need to write from here only.
Okay. Thank you.
My dear friends, after completion of writing, please tell me. I will go to the next topic. Okay. Done. Very good. Now, can I go to next one? Can I go to the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. Now, the next question is, what is C? What is the meaning of C? What is C? Actually, C is called high-level programming language. But C support the features of low level also. So C is a middle level programming language. C is called as high level as well as middle level programming language. C is a high level programming language. What is the meaning of high level? High level means, good. High level means we can write the programs by using simple English words. Simple English words like print, scan, like that. So the language which can be built by using simple English words, those are called as high level languages. C is a middle level language. Middle level language. Why? Because C language supports low level language features as well as high level language features. So it is called middle level language. C is a POP. POP means procedure oriented programming language. C is a POP language, means procedure oriented programming language. The meaning of this one is it give more priority to procedure. It give less priority to data. So it means, what is the meaning of this one? Procedure oriented means, it means it gives more priority to procedure. It give more priority to procedure, but less priority to data. It is called the meaning of that. Right. C is a typed programming language. What is the meaning of this one? It supports data types. C is a case sensitive programming language. What is the meaning of case sensitive means? Suppose it is small a, capital A and small a, both are different. Voice is same. It is A, it is also A, but it is capital A, it is small a. If the computer consider capital A and small a as different, then it is called case sensitive. If the computer doesn't recognize capital A and small a both are different, computer is feeling both are same, then it is case insensitive. So C is a case sensitive programming language. In C language, the program will be executed from top to bottom. So it follow the top to bottom approach. C follow the top to bottom execution approach. C is a structured programming language. Structured programming language. C program has a specific structure. You cannot write, you have to remember the procedure also. How to write the program, first what to write, then what to write, then what to write, then what to write. Top to bottom, you have to follow the sequence also. So it is called as procedure, structured oriented programming language. So this is about the C language. Now how to write a sample C program. Sample C program. Right. Now note on this. What is C? Note on these points. Note on these points.
Sir?
Amma,
Sir, can you explain the last second point?
top down approach.
Yes, sir, yes.
Right. Whenever you write the program will be executed from top to bottom. First line will be executed first, then second line, then third line, then fourth line, then fifth line. So it follows the top to bottom approach. Whereas Java executed from bottom to up. Whereas C++ also executed from bottom to up. All object-oriented programming languages executed from bottom to up. All procedure-oriented programming languages executed from top to bottom. Clear?
Yes, sir, yes.
My dear friends, you please all of you listen. Don't hesitate to ask your doubts. I am giving clear instruction that you should not leave the class with doubts. I am here to clear all your doubts. Okay? Don't hesitate to ask me. Please ask any type of doubt. I will clear your doubts. We should not close the class with doubts. If you complete the writing, then I can go to the next topic.
So what is middle level language? Second
Middle
point.
level language means there are two types of languages actually, high level and low level. Low level means in low level language you have to write the total program using zeros and ones. You have to write the program in machine language. Machine language is called as low level language. But we are writing the program by using simple English words. Those languages are called as high level languages. C language supports the features of high level language as well as low level language. So it is called as middle level language. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Good. After completion of writing, ping a message. Okay, Tanvi completed. Right? Can I go to next one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now, how to write a sample C program? See, whenever you are going to write a program, first line you have to write a hash include stdio.h. This one you have to write. After that, we have to write void main, void space main. After that, we need to start the curly brackets. We need to close the curly brackets. In between these two curly brackets, you have to write the solution for the program. That solution is called as processing statements. Processing the sample C program. Now, what is the meaning of this one? This line, it is called as include statements. What is that? It is called as include statements. Include statements. It is called as the main method. The solution, it is called as processing statements. So in any C program, you can see three types of statements. One is include statement. Second one is main method. Third one is processing statement. Right. Now tell me what I explained. In any C program, we can have three types of statements. What are those? First one is include statements. Second one is main method. It is also called as main function. Third one is processing statements. This line is called include statement. It is called main method. It is called processing statements. In any C program, you can have these three types of statements. Now, what is include statement? Include statement means what? I will give an example before going to explain what is include statement. Suppose I want to do a function at my home. Then I need some chairs, some tables, some tent. From where I have to brought all these things? All these things are available in tent house. Am I right? Tent house. Tent house. This tent house is called as this one, stdio.h. It is just like as a tent house, which will give the tools. Those are required to build your applications. To build your applications, you need some tools. Those tools are already developed and kept in stdio.h. You can copy the content of stdio.h into your program by writing #include. So what is the meaning of this one? You are copying the data inside stdio.h into your program. That is the meaning of this. After copying the code of stdio.h into your program, then you can use the code and you can build your applications very easily. Right. Clear? It is just like as tent house. In this, so many built-in tools are there. Before going to use those built-in tools, you have to copy into your program. To copy the content of this header file into your program, you have to use #include. Now tell me, what is #include statement? Include statement you have to write at the top of the program. Means it is the first line. It is the first line in any C program. You have to write #include stdio.h at the top of the C program. So it is the first line in any C program. Right. It always begins with a hash symbol. It always begins with a hash symbol. Begins with hash. Symbol name is hash symbol. What is the use of this line? It is used to copy the content of this file into your program. So it is used to copy the content of which file? stdio.h. It is the file name into our program. Into our program. It It is also called as one more name. The name is preprocessor directive. Preprocessor directive. It is also called as preprocessor directive. So it is also called as preprocessor directive. What is the meaning of preprocessor? Preprocessor means it will execute before the main method. So in your 10th class, you write pre-final examination. Am I right? What is the meaning of pre-final? Before final exam, you write one exam that is called as pre-final. This line execute before the main method, so it is called pre-processor. Processing means execution. So pre-processor means it will be executed before the main method, means compilation time. It will be executed. It will be executed at compile time. Compile time. What is the meaning of compile? See, it is the program you write. It is in English, am I right? Computer cannot understand English, no? Computer can understand only the language that is 0 and 1. Computer can understand 0 or 1. It cannot understand ABCDs, void, main, it doesn't understand. Then what to do? We need to convert this program into machine understandable. That conversion process is called as compilation. After converting your program into machine understandable, then computer can understand and execute your program. So this line will be executed at the time of compilation, not at the time of running. So it is called preprocessor. Now what is the meaning of directive? Directive means it gives direction to compiler. What is the compiler? Compiler is a software which convert your program into machine understandable program. So it gives direction to compiler. So it is called as a directive. It gives direction to compiler. So it is called directive. Directive. Right. It is about include statement. Include state. Now what is the main method? What is the main method or main function means what? Right. In your program, suppose you write 1 lakh lines of code. 1 lakh lines of code you write. From those 1 lakh lines of code, your program always execution starts from void main. Compiler always test where void main is there. From that, the execution begins. So it is called the first executable statement. It is called the first executable statement. It is the first executable statement. It is the first executable statement. Now, it is very, very important. Without main method, you cannot write C program. So it is very important. It is core. Core means very important. It is mandatory. Mandatory means it is compulsory. Without main method, your program will not be executed. So main method is compulsory. It is mandatory. You can write main method only one time. You cannot write multiple times. So it cannot be duplicated. It cannot be duplicated. Duplication of main methods doesn't allow. It cannot be duplicated means you can write main method only one time. Right. Now it is a user defined function. It is a user defined. User defined means user means you and me. We have to define that function. We have to write code for that function. So it is called user defined function. The meaning of this one is you have to write the code in this function. So it is called user defined function. We can write main function in 6 models. It has 6 models. First model is you can write main, or you can write int main also, or you can write void main also, or you can write main of void also, or you can write integer main of void also, or you can write void main of void also. You can write main method in following 6 models. Any one model you can follow. I am following the third model. You can follow the second model, or you can follow the first model, or you can follow the fourth model. Any model you can write, you can use, no problem at all. Right? This is about
What is the difference between the both models?
there are 6 models you can use. There is no difference. Actually, you can understand the difference at the time of functions. There is one concept, no? I already explained you functions concept. Okay. At the time of functions, okay, what is the difference between int main? What is the difference between void main? What is the difference between just main? You can understand at that time. Okay. It
Okay.
indicates the return data type actually. Return data type. What this function can return means it can return a main integer. It can return nothing. Void means nothing. It don't return any result from this function. Okay, you cannot understand such type of words. Now I will explain you in the topic of functions, right? So it is about the main function. Now the third part, that is called processing statements. Processing statements means actually it is a solution to the program. It is a solution, right? So what it will tell you? It will tell you, it explains about 3 things. One is what to do in order to solve a problem, what you have to do. Second one, when to do, when you have to do this task. Third one, how to do, how we need to solve this program, what we have to do, when we have to do, how we have to do. Processing statements explain about these 3 statements. Why? In order to solve a problem. In order to solve the problem. If you want to solve the problem, what you have to do, when you have to do, how you have to do, those steps will be explained by using processing statements. So these are the 3 parts in sample C program, right? Now note on this. My dear friends, note on this. Please all of you note down this. The different parts of C programming C program. One is include statement. Second one is main method. It is also called as main function. Third one is processing statements. Right. What is include statements? Include statements are at the top of the program. So these are the first line. It is the first line. It always begins with a hash symbol. You have to begin hash. It is used to copy the code of stdio.h into your program. It is also called as preprocessor directive. It executes at the time of compilation. It gives direction to compiler. The second type of statement is main method. It will execute at the beginning. So it is called the first executable statement. It is very, very important. Means it is core. We have to write the main method. So it is compulsory. It is mandatory. You can write main method only one time. So it doesn't possible to duplicate. You need to write the code for main method. So it is user defined function. It has 6 models. It has 6 models. One is main, second one is int main, third one is void main, fourth one is main of void, fifth one is int main of void, sixth one is void main of void. You can use the function in any one of the 6. Processing statements. Processing statements. It tells explain about three things. One is what to do. Second one is when to do. Third one is how to do. Right. With this, we finished this session. Tomorrow at same time at 8:30, we will meet again. Right? If you complete your writing, you can leave from the class. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Otherwise, you can leave.
Hello, sir. Recording will be provided.
Yes, yes. Recording as well as material both will be provided. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma. Good morning, friends. My dear friends, good evening. Okay. Thank you, Krishna sir. Okay. Kalyani, Wasim, Tanvi, Bhavika. Am I audible? My dear friends, am I audible? Kalyani, am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Good, good. Right. If anyone unable to hear my voice, please do one thing. Rejoin the class. That's it. You simply leave from the class and rejoin. It's enough. Right. First of all, good evening once again. Let me introduce. My name is MCP Sahib. Right. I have experience of 22 plus years of experience I have. completed my MTech and I am pursuing PhD in the stream of CSE. Right. I can teach the subjects like C language, C++, Java language, Python language, advanced Java, advanced Python, data structures, and web technologies. I can teach very well all these subjects. Right. Today I am going to explain you the history of C. Before going to that, I will explain you the syllabus within a minute. Syllabus. I will teach you the fundamentals. Fundamentals of C. Next one. Input and output functions available in C. Operators available in C. Control statements like if statement, else, switch statement, while, for, do while, break, continue, go to, like that. Now I will explain the concept of arrays. It contains 1D array, 2D arrays, strings, then I will explain structure, unions, enumerators, type def means user defined data types. Then I will explain functions, then pointers, files, and command line arguments. These are the topics I am going to explain you. Today I will explain what is the history of C language. What is the history of C language? My dear friends, wait a minute. I will setting the system settings. Right. My dear friends, do you know so many programming languages are there in the world? C, C++. I already explained you so many languages. C, C++, Java, Python, advanced Java, advanced Python. These programming languages are mainly classified into three types. One is low level language. Second one is high level language. Third one is middle level language. Actually, C is a middle level language and it is also called as high level language. I will explain the history, then you can very clear about that. There are so many high level languages. One of the popular high level programming language is BCPL. BCPL. The meaning of this one is basic combined programming language. is the BCPL stands for Basic Combined Programming Language. It was developed by Martin Richard. It was developed by Martin Richard. Martin Richard. At this time, at the development of BCPL, there is one operating system. That operating system is called as DOS, Disk Operating System, DOS. Actually, DOS is a single user operating system, means this operating system can support only one user at a time. Only one user at a time. Multiple users cannot use this operating system. Single user operating system is a less sufficient to use multiple users. So then they need to develop a multi-user operating system. Multi-user operating system. To develop this multi-user operating system, they used to write code by using BCPL. After some time, they came to know this language is not enough to build a multi-user operating system. Then they want to develop a new programming language, and successfully they developed and named it as B. So from BCPL, they developed B language. So we have to write like this: BCPL led to B. It was developed by the developer of B is. It was developed by Ken Thompson. Ken Thompson. What is the motto to develop B language? Their aim is to build a multi-user operating system. By using B, they developed one multi-user operating system. The name of that is called Multix. Now you are using Unix operating system, Linux operating system. It is the first multi-user operating system, Multix. Okay. They successfully developed BCPL. After that, they developed B also. Actually, BCPL and B, these two are typeless programming languages. BCPL and B are typeless. What is the meaning of typeless? Typeless programming languages means these two doesn't support data types. BCPL and B, these two doesn't support data types. So it is called as a typeless. What is the meaning of data types? Suppose whenever you go to a sweet shop, there are so many sweets. Whenever you go to a hotel, there are so many types of tiffins like idli, vada, dosa, puri, like that. Those are the types of tiffins. In the same manner, in data also there are some types. Those are called data types. These BCPL and B doesn't support data types. So it is called as typeless programming languages. Then there is a person called Dennis Ritchie. Dennis Ritchie. He developed a new programming language which support data types and named it as C. What is the next language? After B, he named it as C. So B led to C. From B language, C language was developed. Led to C. Who is the developer of this one? It was developed by Dennis Ritchie in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory. It is the laboratory name, Bell Laboratory. On a computer which is having Unix operating system, on Unix machine. Actually, C support data type. So C is a typed programming language. C is a typed programming language. It It is the history of C language. There is one of the popular programming language, popular high level programming language, that is BCPL. BCPL means Basic Combined Programming Language. It was developed by Martin Richard. Martin Richard. From BCPL, a new programming language was developed and it was named as B. It was developed by Ken Thompson. Ken Thompson is the developer, Ken Thompson. Now BCPL and B, these two languages are called typeless programming languages, means it doesn't support data types. Means, what is the meaning of this? Means those two doesn't support, does not support data types. Data types. From B, a new programming language was developed that is called C. It was developed by Dennis Ritchie in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory on a computer which is having Unix operating system on Unix machine. C is a typed programming language. What is the meaning of that? Means it supports data types. A language which supports a data type is called as typed programming language. A language which doesn't support data types is called as typeless programming language. Right. Now it is about the history of C language. Right. My dear friends, you better to note on this. First 5 classes are the demo classes. From 6th class onwards, okay, I will create a WhatsApp group to you and I will send this material to you every day. Until that, you better to note on this, right? This notes, okay? Please, my dear friends, all of you note on this history of C language.
Sir, could you please explain the above points? Actually, I just joined the meet class.
Okay, sure. Right. There are so many high-level programming languages are there. One of the important high-level programming language is BCPL. It stands for Basic Combined Programming Language. This language was developed by Martin Richard. He is the developer of the BCPL. From BCPL, a new programming language was developed that is called B. And it was developed by Ken Thompson. Actually, I explained BCPL and B. These two are called typeless programming languages. The meaning of typeless means it doesn't support data types, does not support data types. That is called typeless programming language. From language B, a new programming language was developed that is called C. C was developed by Dennis Ritchie. He is the developer. C was developed in the year of 1972 at AT&T Bell Laboratory on Unix computer, on Unix machine. Actually, C is a typed programming language, means it supports data types. Clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And what about the above points? I think I can see some points in
No,
the
it
above
is the
also.
syllabus. It is the syllabus. That's the syllabus.
Oh,
Okay.
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 Yeah.
You
Thank you.
you need to write from here only.
Okay. Thank you.
My dear friends, after completion of writing, please tell me. I will go to the next topic. Okay, done. Very good. Now, can I go to next one? Can I go to the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. Now, the next question is, what is C? What is the meaning of C? What is C? Actually, C is called high level programming language. But C supports the features of low level also. So C is a middle level programming language. C is called as high level as well as middle level programming language. C is a high level programming language. What is the meaning of high level? High level means good. High level means we can write the programs by using simple English words. Simple English words like print, scan, like that. So the language which can be built by using simple English words, those are called as high level languages. C is a middle level language. Middle level language. Why? Because C language supports low level language features as well as high level language features. So it is called middle level language. C is a POP. POP means procedure oriented programming language. C is a POP language, means procedure oriented programming language. The meaning of this one is it give more priority to procedure. It give less priority to data. So it means, what is the meaning of this one? Procedure oriented means it gives more priority to procedure. It give more priority to procedure, but less priority to data. It is called the meaning of that. Right. C is a typed programming language. What is the meaning of this one? It supports data types. C is a case sensitive programming language. What is the meaning of case sensitive means? Suppose it is small a. Capital A and small a, both are different. Voice is same. It is A, it is also A. But it is capital A, it is small a. If the computer consider capital A and small a as different, then it is called case sensitive. If the computer doesn't recognize capital A and small
Programming language is a simple programming language. Right. If you come for this point, they are given some reasons. What are the reasons here they have given there? First one is the programming language must take less execution time. The programming language must take what there? Less execution time. Within less execution time, that entire program has to be executed. And second reason, they are given that the programming language should take less memory. Less execution time. Another one is what there? Less memory. And the third one is a funny thing. Even myself also initially I didn't believe that, but after getting information from Sun Microsystems documentation, I came to know that okay, this is also a valid reason. What they are given there, less power consumption. I thought of it. What is the relation between programming language and power consumption there? But they had given some kind of reason. What was that reason? That we have to understand clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, I'll talk about it clearly. Let's come for this one. What is this first one here now? Less execution time. Less execution time. What's the impact of this less execution time? Simple example, guys. All of you observe carefully. Very simple point. For example, so I'm watching a football match in my TV channel. The channel number is what there, ESPN. It is available at 72 channel number. Watching a football match. My friend made a call to me. Just had a small discussion. Then after that, he asked to me, then what we are doing at present. Just I said to him, just I'm watching a football match. Immediately said to me, are a fool, why you are watching that football match? At other channel, Star Sports 1 channel, there is a cricket match between India and Pakistan. The match is going on effectively. Pakistan were batted. They got nearly 321 runs. Indians were started batting. Almost all 49 overs are completed. Last over is remaining. In last over, 21 runs India has to get. At one side, crease Dhoni is there. At other side, Ishant Sharma is another fielder. They are the two batsmen. They are fighting for win. Why you are watching that football match? Then try to change your channel and watch that cricket match. My friend has given this clue for me. Then immediately, then as per my friend's information, I'm getting crazy on what their cricket match. Obviously, I want to change my channel. Then I've taken remote controller. Remote controller I've taken. I know that ESPN channel is what they 72. Star Sports 1 is going on at 75 channel. So I've taken my remote controller where I typed 7 and 5 on the remote controller. Then what happened there? It has not switched immediately. After some time, it has switched. After some time, when it was pitched, when I observed the cricket match, there what happened? Man of the match presentation is going on. Dhoni is getting man of the match. Didn't see in that cricket match. I thought of it, at least I want to see the last over. I on time only I've taken remote controller and I changed the channel. But my TV was not switched immediately. It has taken some time. The moment when it was switched, when I observe there what's going on, their man of the match presentation is going on. MS Dhoni is getting man of the match. He got nearly 70 plus runs. Where is the problem? Watching football match is a problem from my side. Giving late intimation by my friend is a problem. And match between India and Pakistan is a problem, no? Huh? All right, sir. The problem is where remote controller is a problem. Not with the TV. Remote controller is a problem. Understand it. Inside the remote controller, what happened there? Inside the remote controller, when I type a 7-5 channel number, immediately it is not performing its functionality. It has taken some time. It has taken some time to perform its functionality. Means that internally there is a program. Inside the remote controller, there is a program. When I type 7-5, internally that program has to be executed. That execution time of that program is taking more. When it has taken more execution time, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When more execution time is taken, performance of the remote controller is reduced. When performance of the remote controller is reduced, automatically end user will not satisfy about our product. Whatever the remote controller product here we have taken, I'm not satisfied about my product. In the next attempt, if I want to take any remote controller, I will not take this particular remote controller. I will buy some other remote controller. If I get my point or not. So your understand point, when execution time is more, automatically performance of the application is less. When execution time is less, automatically performance of the application is what there more. Understand it clearly. One more example I'm taking there. Previously, I have a tab, Samsung tab. When I want to go for some hotel or somewhere else, when I want to pay the bill, I need to scan. Then through PhonePe, I want to pay the bill. I need to scan that QR code. QR code or whatever it may be. I want to scan it. When I'm trying to scan it now, then it may take 1 or 1.5 minute of time. I need to adjust that scanner, then only I'm able to get it. Sir, got it or not? Okay. After that, when I type the payment, when I click on pay, Maybe some circle is rotating. After that only it might be paid. Then up to the time I have to monitor it. I have to check it. How much time? No. In some situation, that phone pay problem may be that circle is rotating only throughout the life. It's not completing it. Yes, sir, got it or not? So finally, I got irritation over my tab. I decided I don't want to use this tab. Then I want to buy a new mobile phone. I want to take a new mobile phone. After that, I waited almost 6 months of time to buy a new mobile phone, but very good mobile phone I want to take. It's a real time example I'm telling you. I experienced it with that. Then finally, I came to know that most of the people are suggested to me try to take iPhone. But I inquired about it. iPhone is very good phone, but the problem is what there all operations are total in reverse. Then I recognize it. Up to at least 1 week out of I have to spend my time to understand the functionality of that mobile phone. But I don't like it. When technology is increased, flexibility I have to get. But again, I have to sit separately for that phone to learn in the sense who will lesson that 1 week of time. I thought of it. Next level best phone is what? Some other people have suggested to me take OnePlus mobile phone. That's okay. That is good thing. In OnePlus also, which one is the top end? There I identified it. So I checked for it. OnePlus mobile phone might be there. Some variants are available. 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, 12 GB RAM. But one more variant is available. That is what there 16 GB RAM. Yeah, that I want to take. When 16 GB RAM in the sense, somewhat speed is coming there. Then I've taken. Right? This is a mobile phone. I've taken it. OnePlus. When I taken this, when I go to the restaurant now, when I want to scan it now, even just like in a flash, if I rotate my mobile like it, my mobile phone like it, automatically it's scanning now. Now tell me, understand the difference no? Previously my tab I have to rotate like a bus steering. Now it's a fraction of second. Just if I show like this, automated scanning. Now which one is better no? Forget about money. Which one is better no? Mobile phone. This OnePlus mobile phone is better or not? Or maybe Apple phone, iPhone is better or not? See that is a end user feeling. End user is satisfying now. End user must be satisfied. So here the point is what there, and moreover in my phone pay, when I click on it, as per this 5G network, maybe as per this phone, new mobile phone might be, when I click on, even my finger is also not touching on that icon, app icon, automatically it's open. Automatically it's asking about the money. When I type it now, within fraction of seconds, the payment is going on. In my mobile phone, nearly 28 GB RAM is there. 16 GB is a physical RAM and 12 GB is virtual RAM. Understand it clearly what I'm telling you. So here the point is not like mobile phone and not like another one. Less execution time, more performance, and user is happy. More execution time, less performance, and user is not happy. We are preparing all the software products and everything for the sake of satisfying end user. When end user is happy, then the product is getting very good demand. When end user is not happy, product is not getting demand. That's why now the execution time is providing impact or not. Execution time is important factor or not. So because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It has to take less execution time and it has to provide more performance for their applications. That is, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less execution time and it has to provide what there more performance. This is a clear-cut information here. What I'm telling you. This is a punch here. Next one is what? After completion of this, lesser memory. All of you guys observe carefully. What next one here? Less memory. What is this less memory actually? What we are thinking about less memory? Everybody understand it clearly. For example, I want to take a computer, guys. I want to take a laptop. Again, this is an example here. Just 1 year back, I have taken this laptop. Previously, I had all-in-one PC. In that all-in-one PC, what happened there? By default, they have given memory is what they're only 4 GB RAM. Lenovo all-in-one PC, 4 GB RAM they have given. When I'm trying to open my enterprise applications now, then myself is a person, I used to take the classes for entire Java, maybe advanced Java, or like what their frameworks, like different things. When I open Oracle database in my laptop now, it's getting some delay, slow down, totally slow down. When I open my server, WebLogic server and Oracle database there, it's totally slow down. When I click on this execute button there, it is taking some time here. Even the Eclipse side is not responding in some situation. So I faced a lot of problems there now. Then after that, I decided I want to take a new laptop. I went to the computer shop. In the computer shop, might be there is a representative. I asked him, I want to take a laptop. Can you give some like quotation for my laptop? Fine, he has given a quotation. What was that quotation he has given there? Total, all the motherboard and RAM, like ROM, all peripherals and everything he has given there. Then finally he said to me, the cost of the laptop is 48,000 Lenovo. Where I seen that 48,000 they have given, then I observed it, what components they have included. A motherboard and operating system, everything is okay. But where I identified the RAM size is only 8 GB RAM. What's that GB there? 8 GB RAM. I identified it. And then immediately I thought of it. Actually, previously 4 GB RAM. It was totally slowed down. Again, if I take 8 GB RAM, if I open 2 to 3 other softwares, no, again it's getting slow or not? Again, it is slow down or not? So now with 8 GB RAM, I'm not satisfying with that. Just I requested him, can you make it is 12 GB RAM or 16 GB RAM like this? Yes. Okay, no problem. I can take this. You can take directly this one. Later, I have a service center. In my service center, I'm going to make it is 16 GB RAM like this. Okay. Then okay, I accepted it. Then immediately I was taking that quotation paper where he changed the cost of. Cost of the laptop is what there now this time 55,000. Previously 48,000. Now it is what there 58,000. 55,000. What happened? When memory is increased, automatically cost of the product is increased or not? Memory is a costful. When memory is increased, automatically cost of the end product is increased or not? No, my laptop previously 48,000. When I made it is a 16 GB RAM, automatically it is increased. Its cost is increased 55,000. So now tell me, if it is more cost, who will take that particular component? No? Who will take that particular product? If it's more cost, who will take it? No. One simple example, one more example I can take. The same OnePlus phone, originally it has number of variants, 16 GB RAM, 256 memory. At the same time, 16 GB RAM and 512 memory is also available. But that OnePlus providers have not released 512 memory variant inside in India. Why they are not introduced? What is the reason for it? No, as per the Indian market, 16 GB RAM max. As per the Indians psychology, max majority of the people they are going to buy the mobile phone within the range of like 20,000, 25,000, max 30, 35. Less number of people are going to take the mobile phones up to 50,000 or maybe 70,000. Market is not going to be high for the 70,000 like this. 512 variant is having the cost is nearly 59,000, 60 plus, 60,000 plus. They understood that people are not going to take that mobile phone. They stopped it. That variant they stopped it. Lower variants they released it. But in China they are released it. In US it was released there. But in India only they are not released. Why? They understood the business of Indian people, the psychology of Indian people. So which is not going to be taken more. Because of that reason they stopped that variant here now. Memory is the point is what their memory. Understand my point, Ken? If the cost is more, people are not ready to take that. Reasonable cost is required or not? Okay, when cost will be increased, when memory is increased. When memory is reduced, cost of the product is reduced. Am I right or not? When memory is increased, cost of the end product will be increased. When memory is lesser, cost of the end product will be lesser. Because of that reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must take less memory for executing its applications. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. it must take less memory, not more memory. Within less memory, that programs have to be executed. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. Sir, all of you get my point or not? That's okay, fine. Let's come to the third point here. What about this third point here? Understand it clearly. Less power consumption. Now, this is a point here. Now, coming for this point. What I identified the content here. Now, try to understand it clearly. For example, if we take remote controller, for example, understand it? No? Remote controller is working on the base of the batteries or not? Inside the remote controller, some energy is required or not? Some power is required or not? That is through batteries that energy will be provided or not? Okay. Listen carefully. At present, my remote controller must require two batteries. Their lifetime is 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, I have to change the batteries. The cost of the battery is 100 rupees. So for every 6 months of time, 100 rupees I have to spend for what there? My remote controller. That means maintenance cost of my remote controller for every 6 months of time is what there? 100 rupees. Listen, clear cut information. Okay, fine, leave it. After that, if we observe inside the remote controller, two things are available. One is a software, another one is a hardware. Am I right or not? Two things are available inside the remote controller: software and hardware. In every electronic consumer, in every electronic device, these two things are mandatory: software component and hardware component. When I type some number 7 to previous example, when I type one number on remote controller, software will listen. Software will listen our user action. Then software will give directions to the hardware components to perform this particular action. Say for example, power button if I type. When I click on power button, software will listen it. Okay, user wants to switch off this. Then immediately that software will give instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will do the action physically. Hardware component will switch off the device. Software component will not switch off the device. Only hardware component will switch off the device, but software component will give information to the hardware component. Yes, sir. Got it or not? What I am telling them. So when I type some number on my remote controller, software will listen user action. Software will pass that instructions to the hardware component. Hardware component will do the real action. So finally, what I required now, some interaction is required between software and hardware or not? Some interaction is required between software component and hardware component or not? All right, sir. Listen carefully. If that interaction is less energy consumption is going on. If the software component is interacting with the hardware component more interaction is available between software component and hardware component, automatically energy consumption will be more. Please recognize my point, Ken. Automatically energy consumption will be more. Am I right or not? When energy consumption is more between software component and hardware component, automatically the battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Batteries are drained up or not? Battery's lifetime will be reduced or not? Previously, for every 6 months of time, we have to change the batteries, no? But now, because of this more hardware interaction, for every 3 months of time, we have to change the batteries, no? That means for every 3 months of time, we have to put 100 rupees, no? Now, maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Maintenance cost of the end product is increased or not? Because of this reason, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare their new programming language. It should have less hardware interaction. It should require less energy consumption. It should require like what there? Less power consumption. When it is less power consumption, automatically maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. Maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. Sir, all of you get my point or not? Maintenance cost is also be very, very important. As per the survey, if you observe this, in Indian market, two types of cars are available. What are the two types of cars now? Like diesel cars and petrol cars. Which one is getting more now? Tell me in outside market, no? Petrol cars or diesel cars now? Diesel cars are selling more. Why? Cost of the diesel is somewhat less when compared with what there? Petrol. Am I right or not? No, but nowadays the trending is what there? Electric cars. Electric cars, one time is a payment, no, but every time we have to recharge it. No petrol, nothing else. Right or not? So maintenance cost, definitely. End product, maintenance cost is also be important factor. Customers may be attracted for the less maintenance cost only. Am I right or not? Here also be Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language that should take less power consumption, means that less maintenance cost. Sir, still this is the idea of Sun Microsystems. This is the analysis of the Sun Microsystems to prepare their new programming language. Still, new programming language was not prepared, not started. New programming language was not yet started. Just it is the idea of Sun Microsystems, what they want to see on their new programming language. Then immediately what happened here? No, observe carefully. They started to prepare new programming language in 1991. They took nearly 2 years of time to prepare this new programming language. Entire 1991 this taken, and up to end of 1992 they prepared new programming language. They completed the preparation of the new programming language. Just 1 minute, guys. I think so. Just only one factor I discussed here. What is that factor there? Simple only I discussed here. Remaining two factors here I have to discuss. After that, I'll go for the completion of the new programming language. Now let's come for this one. What is this next one again? Tight coded programming language. What is the meaning of this tight coded programming language, guys? Observe carefully, all of you know. Say for example, all of you are aware about this stack operations. Stack, one of the data structure. Do you aware about it? Stack, no? Any idea on this stack? Any idea on this stack? Right, sir. Stack is a data structures. Am I right or not? What are the various operations for the stack now? Tell me. First one is like what there? Push. And second one is like what there? Pop. Actually, there is a third one, that is what there? Peak. Push in the sense inserting an element. Pop in the sense read and remove. Read and remove. Peak in the sense just read but not remove. Peak is what there? Just read what is top of the element. That's it. But not remove. They are the three operations. Good, nice. In the C programming language, I'm asking this question to you. Now try to answer it. Just general knowledge only. To perform push operation on an average, we are going to take nearly 20 lines of code. 20 lines of code on an average. To perform pop operation again, 20 lines of code we are going to take. To perform peak operations again here, 20 lines of code here we are going to take. Overall, in C programming language, to perform the stack operations, how many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code on an average here we are able to consume. How many lines of code here we are going to consume there? 60 lines of code. Yes, sir, got it or not? Understand it, no? Same stack operations in Java. Same stack operations in Java. If you observe this, all of you observe carefully. Same stack operations in Java. If you think about it, stack S is equal to new stack as a predefined class. S dot push of complete. My push operation is completed. S dot pop, my pop operation is completed. S dot peak, my peak operation is completed. Finish. Now tell me overall in Java, how many lines of code is available totally? Total, how many lines of code is available here? 4 lines of code is existing. But in C and C++, 60 lines of code. But in Java, 4 lines of code. Listen carefully. If any programming language is taking more number of finish sections, then that programming language is a loose coded programming language. What is that programming language there? Loose coded programming language. For a particular requirement, if any programming language is taking more and more number of finish sections, no, then that programming language is what there? Loose coded programming language. If any programming language is taking less number of finish sections, less number, stack operations are same in C, in Java, but in C 60 lines of code, in Java 4 lines of code. If any programming language is taking less number of finish sections to perform the same stack operation, to perform the same operations, no, then that programming language is loose tight coded programming language. That programming language is what there? Tight coded programming language. Now tell me here, C programming language and Java, two examples I have taken. Which programming language is a tight coded programming language? Come on, which programming language is tight coded programming language? Obviously Java. Java is what the tight coded programming language. But C is what their loose coded programming language. Why? Because it takes more number of instructions to perform a particular operation. But in the case of Java, it will take only less number of instructions to perform the same operation kernel. So that's the meaning of like what their tight coded programming language. That's last one is like what their architectural neutral programming language. What is the last one here? Architectural neutral programming language. What is the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, observe carefully. Straightforward information. Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should not be bound with a particular operating system and a particular hardware system. It must be executed its applications in all the operating systems, in all the hardware systems. In that way, they want to prepare a new programming language. That means what's the point I'm telling there? Independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the hardware systems, in every hardware system that Java has to execute its applications. In that way, they want to prepare their new programming language. That's why they have taken the factor is what their architectural neutral, architecture in the sense hardware system, neutral to the hardware systems. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Now tell me, all of you know, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language in green project. That new programming language must have three features. What features they want to see on the new programming language? Simple programming language, tight coded programming language. Then what next one here? Architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir, got it or not? What's the meaning of simple programming language? Less execution time, less memory, less power consumption. What's the meaning of tight coded kernel? Less number of instructions, more implementation. Less number of instructions and more productivity. Less number of instructions, more implementation. Right. What's the meaning of this architectural neutral? It's an independent to all the hardware systems. It can run its applications in every hardware system. It can run its applications in every hardware system. This is what exactly the meaning of like what the architectural neutral programming language. Yes, sir. All of you getting my point or not? So finally, what happened here now? The total, somewhat information can I discuss here about this history. Right. After this, right, sir. Then few more points are remaining here. Then almost another time is like 6:35. No, can I discuss the remaining part on tomorrow? Right. Then few days only, 1 hour class I'm going to take. Then after that, I'm going to take your class right from 4:30. Yes, sir. Got it or not? Now 5:30 I'm taking the class. Now 4:30 to 6 is an official time for us for our class. Now, but up to these classes, I'm going to take like this 1 hour 5:30 to 6:30 like this. After that, I will start our class at what time there? 4:30. Please remember this. Okay. But when onwards I'm going to take this, I'll give intimation to you clearly in our classes. Okay. Then tomorrow I'll continue the remaining part here. Tomorrow we are going to see the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sir, we are having recorded sessions of this.
Which one? Yeah, sure, sure. Every class is recorded. Please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, please confirm to me, guys. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are going to be. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, guys, please type in questions box. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Yeah, yeah. Guys, then advanced Java at 7:30 batch is not for you. Don't come for that advanced Java class. That is not at all for you. Guys, please remember this. What I am telling there. Advanced Java batch at 7:30 is not for you. Okay. Praveen, Vajir, Praveen, then just I'm giving clarity. Don't join for advanced Java. Then now immediately it's not required. Then for you separately, I will start advanced Java. Okay. For you separately, I'm going to start advanced Java. Clear? Right. Right. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it. What content here we discussed there. And I want to give some notes related link for this classes there. Now let us go for this document here. I've given some document already, some content. Uh, right, so just give 2 minutes of time. Or else maybe let me complete the remaining part here in the Java history. Then at the end, I will give the document URL for the sake of this notes. I will give that. Okay. Right. Now, come for the content here. What we completed there in the last class, no? Java history, the total part here I started here, where up to some part of the history I started. Okay. What topic here we started there? What is the requirement to provide Java programming language to the market? If we come for this point, answer is very clear. In 1991, Sun Microsystems had a requirement to prepare a new programming language in order to prepare softwares for electronic consumer devices like cable TV switch boxes, remote controllers, and so on. For this particular reason, why Sun Microsystems decided to prepare a new programming language. For that, they have taken nearly 30 members team led by James Gosling and Patrick Nathan. With this 30 members team, Sun Microsystems has started a project. What is the name of the project there? Green Project. Green Project was started. In Green Project, they want to prepare a new programming language. That programming language should have some features. What features they want to provide in their new programming language? The new programming language should be what there? Simple. That new programming language should be what there? Tight coded. That new programming language should be what there? Architectural neutral. Sir, are you getting it or not? Then immediately we have to think about it. Why it should be simple programming language? What exactly the factors they have included for this simple programming language? All right. That programming language is simple. Why? Because that programming language should take less execution time. That programming language should take less memory. That programming language should take like what there less power consumption, less energy consumption, whatever it may be. Now tell me, what is the impact of this less execution time? I given some points here. If that execution time is less, performance of the end product will be increased or not? Next one, if the less memory, if the end product is having less memory, automatically cost of the product will be reduced or not? Next one, if the energy consumption is less or power consumption is lesser, maintenance cost of the end product will be reduced. These are the impacts of this all the features. No. So anyway, whatever it may be, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It should be a simple programming language. It must have less execution time. It must take less memory, and it must take less power consumption. The other points here. Next one is second one is what the tight coded. What's the meaning of this tight coded here? No, already I've taken an example. Stack is an example I've taken. In stack, we are able to perform three types of operations. What are the three types of operations here we are performing there? Push operation, pop operation, pick operation. In a C programming language, to perform push operation, nearly 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. To perform pop operation, again 20 lines of code here we are going to consume. On an average, again 20 lines of code for the sake of what their peak operation. Overall, how many instructions here we are going to consume for stack operations? No, 60 lines of code. But in the case of Java programming language, the same stack operations we are able to complete within 4 lines of code. Just within 4 lines of code, we can complete it, the same stack operations. Got it or not? All right, sir. Now here the point is what? Point is what there? If any programming language takes a less number of instructions to implement a particular requirement, or to implement a particular requirement, to provide coding part for a particular requirement, if any programming language takes less number of instructions, then that programming language is called tight coded programming language. The programming language is what there? Tight coded programming language. Now tell me, between C and Java, I given some comparison. In between C and Java, which one is a tight coded and which one is a loose coded here? No, C is what there? Loose coded, but Java is what there? Tight coded programming language. Good. Next one is what? After this, architectural neutral programming language. What is the meaning of this architectural neutral programming language? No, what's the meaning of it? No, I given one simple statement here. Okay. Before that, I want to give some explanation. Now try to understand it clearly. For example, listen, all of you listen carefully. For example, I'm taking Java classes now. Listen, understand carefully. I'm taking Java classes now. Of course, today I'm providing some demo class, for example. Okay. In outside of this classroom, if I put a bot, notice, what is that notice there? If you want to attend Java classes, you must be a BTech graduate and you must be a computer science student. Then only you're eligible to attend my class. If I put a board like this, assume it, how many members can attend my classes? Point number one. Case number one, I said to you. Case number two, same. If I put a notice in my notice board, any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. Any graduate can attend my Java classes. No restrictions. If I put this board in outside, two cases are given there. In which case more number of people will come? Definitely second case. Any graduate can attend my class, in the sense all members are eligible to attend my classes. Second case, more number of students will come. When more number of students are listening my class, automatically more demand will be increased for my class. Not only in the point of my classes there, I'm telling that I have a product. When my product is available to the more number of people, automatically more demand will come for that product. If my product is available for less number of people, automatically demand for my product will be reduced. Am I right or not? When my product is available, when my product is required for more number of people, more demand will come. When my product is required for less number of people, less demand will come. Am I right or not? But when it is possible to make available my product to more number of people, when more number of people are eligible, then it is available to more number of people. When less number of people are eligible, for less number of people only my product is reachable. That's my point. So similarly, here the point is what? Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new programming language. It must not be bound with any particular operating system. It must not be bound with any particular hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. It must be available to every operating system and every hardware system. In that way, Sun Microsystems wants to provide their new programming language. Then only it will be available to everybody in outside. All of you get my point or not? So because of that reason only, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a programming language, new programming language. It should be like what there? An architectural neutral programming language. Here the architectural, in the sense what there? Hardware system. Architecture is what there? Hardware system. Right, sir? That new programming language should be, right? Programming languages should be independent of all the hardware systems, independent of all the what their hardware systems. Automatically it will come independent of all the operating systems also. So because of that reason, this programming language is what there? An architectural neutral programming language. That's it. Now these are the three qualities or features that some people wants to see on their new programming language. Is that all of you getting my points or not clearly what I'm telling you now? Right, sir. Now this is okay, fine. This is clear cut information here. We can understand. Okay, fine. All right, sir. At the end of 1992, at the end of 1992, new programming language was prepared, completed. The programming language was completed at the end of what there? 1992. That's okay, completed. Then after completion of this after completion of this new programming language, Sun people wants to give a name to this new programming language. Sun Microsystems wants to give a particular name to the new programming language. They are searching for the name. They are searching for the name. They want to give a name for the new programming language. Understand it clearly now. Meanwhile, what James Gosling has done there, when he sat in his cabin at Sun Microsystems, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. When he sat in his cabin, he always likes to see one type of tree through his cabin window. Okay, the name of the tree is what there? Oak is the name of the tree. He had a thought. He wants to give this oak is the name to the new programming language. Then, as he liked that particular tree, as he liked to see this particular tree through his cabin window, he wants to give this name to the new programming language. Then he has sent that proposal to Sun Microsystems. James Gosling has sent the proposals to Sun Microsystems. Unfortunately, Sun Microsystems has rejected James Gosling's opinion. Sun Microsystems has not accepted the James Gosling's proposals. Why? What is the reason for it? No, reason is very simple. Before 1992, before 1991, there was a programming language whose name is Voc. Already one programming language is already existed with the name is what there? Voc. So we should not give again the same name to our new programming language. If we give the same name or related name to our new programming language, people may think about it. It may be an extension of the old programming language. Unnecessarily, we are going to lose the identity for our new programming language. Our new programming language lost its identity if we give this type of name there. Then again, people are searching for a new name for the new programming language. Is it? All of you are getting it or not? Clearly no. All right, sir. Then while searching for the name or while doing this, while preparing this new programming language, all Sun engineers are used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. Canteen, cafeteria in the sense canteen. They used to go for their cafeteria at Sun Microsystems. At Sun Microsystems cafeteria, they used to take one brand labeled coffee. They used to take one brand labeled coffee or tea, whatever it may be. One brand labeled coffee they used to take at Sun Microsystems there. What was that brand labeled coffee they have taken there? The name of that brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. The name of the brand labeled coffee is what there? Java. They used to take the Java coffee at Sun Microsystems cafeteria, tea or coffee, whatever it may be. They used to take this drink. The name of the drink is what there? Java. Okay. Then immediately, what happened there? The Sun people are getting this kind of thought. They send this proposal to the Sun Microsystems. Just we want to give the Java is a name to the new programming language. Then immediately Sun Microsystems has accepted this name to give for new programming language. Finally, they are given name for the new programming language is what there? Java. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All right, sir. Now, this is a point here I'm telling there. So, Java is a name for the new programming language. Because of this reason only, we can understand it clearly. In Google, if you search for Java symbol, if you identify this, what you are getting there? Understand it? This is a symbol for Java because of that reason only. Yeah, tea cup or coffee cup, that doesn't matter. And whatever it may be, some cup, saucer, some flames. Understand it now? So because of that reason only. Now, another point here I'm telling there, observe carefully. Java beans symbol. I think so. Here it is available. This is okay, but perfect symbol is not available. EJB symbol. If you observe this, not Java beans, no. EJB's symbol logo. Yeah, it's okay. EJB's logo is okay. Where? No, it is not coming like this. Yeah, Java beans better. EJB logo, I thought of it different. Java beans logo. Yes, sir. What this now? Is a coffee bean or maybe whatever it may be, some kind of thing now. See, observe this carefully. Then all these names are somewhat related with what their coffee only. All the names which are related with Java is what their coffee only. Am I right or not? But if you identify the names with the Python, Python. Python name is what there? Snake name, right? Framework is what there? Django, Jungle. Right. Then apart from this, Spider. IDs in the case of Python, right? Like this. Just I'm kidding there. They are not having any such type of intention. No, just try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Anyway, so the point, like what I'm telling to you in this scenario, what is the point here I'm telling to you about this? The symbol for Java is what there? A cup, saucer, and a flames. It means like what there? Tea cup or might be then coffee cup. Whatever it may be, coffee or tea, something else. No. Okay, fine. That was clear. Name was given. After giving this name, after giving this particular name to this programming language, at the end of 1992, they prepared the first product on the base of the Java. At the end of the 1992, they prepared the first product in the base of the Java. The name of that first product is what there? Star 7. Understand it clearly. The very first product on Java is a Star 7. It is a remote controller. It's a what there? It's a remote controller. But what is the status of it now? It is a failure product. It's totally a failure product. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer to take the Star 7. But they didn't identify even a single customer to take the Star 7. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? What I'm telling there. The very first product on the base of the Java is what there? Star 7. Sun Microsystems has waited nearly 1.5 years of time to find a customer for what there? The Star 7. But they did not identify even a single customer for the Star 7. It's a totally failure product. Good. 1.5 years of time. In the mid of 1994, at the end of 1992, they prepared Star 7. No product, no customer is available. Nearly 1.5 years of time they waited. In the mid of 1994, there is a demand for www as part of internet. That internet era was started in the mid of 1994 in abroad. In India, when it was started there, in India, that the internet era was started in the year of 2000, 2001 in that time. Sir, are you aware about it now? And outside might be internet centers are available. There is some huge business there by the time in outside. Only for the sake of Yahoo chatting only, people are going to the internet centers there by the time. Chatting app is what there? Yahoo chatting by the time. Okay, right, sir. So internet era was started by this particular 2000, 2001 in India, but in abroad in the mid of 1994. Okay. All right, in the mid of 1994, there is a demand for a www as part of internet. Wherein www, the key feature, the key component is a browser. What is the key component for this www? Browser. See, without having browser, how it is possible to open internet? How it is possible to open our websites? No, not possible. So the key component is what? The browser. Right. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. By the time, very good demand is available for the browsers. What browser is available there at that moment there? In the mid of 1994, Mosaic is a browser which is available in outside. Mosaic is a browser name. All right. This browser is getting very good demand. Only that browser is a leading browser in outside there. That was prepared by Mark Anderson. Who is this person actually? This Mark Anderson is an undergraduate student at Illinois University at Chicago, Illinois University. All right. He went to the Netscape Communications. He went to what the Netscape Communications for the sake of his internship work. For the sake of project work, he went to the Netscape Communications company. There he prepared this browser as part of his project work. To prepare this browser, he took nearly $6.25 per hour. Hourly basis. Per hour, he took nearly $6.25 to prepare that Mosaic browser. Of course, later on that name was changed. That's a different story. By the time that Mosaic browser is a very good browser, it is getting very good demand in the mid of 1994. Now Sun Microsystem people are watching that market carefully. Finally, they understood the intention of the browser and importance of the browser. Then Sun Microsystems has thought of it. They want to prepare their own browser. Then finally, in the mid of 1994, they have taken the steps to prepare a new browser. To prepare a new browser, who has taken the responsibility? In the mid of 1994, Sun Microsystems wants to prepare a new browser. That new browser preparation responsibility was given to Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Jonathan Payne and Patrick Norton. Both the members have taken responsibility of creating new browser. In the mid of 1994, they taken that responsibility. Again, they have taken nearly 1.5 years of time. At the end of 1995, they completed a browser and they have given name for this browser is what their Heart Java browser. At the end of the 1995, they prepared a browser. They have given name for this browser is what their Heart Java browser. On the basis of Java programming language only, they prepared the browser. Inside this hard Java browser, what features of the Java they have used there? If you observe this, internally they have used applets. What was the topic they have used there internally? Applets. Applets is a topic they have used internally. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling there? Good. So hard Java browser was introduced in the end of 1995. See, because of this reason only, most of the people are thinking about it. Java was introduced in the end of the 1995. No, by the time Java was not introduced, by the time only hard Java browser was introduced. By the time what happened, the moment when this browser was provided there, now this browser is what there, successful product. So many people are interested for this product. Now this is successful product. Now people are talking about it. Sun Microsystems has prepared a browser. That browser is very good browser. Some reputation is going on in outside. By the time people are talking about it, how this browser was prepared, how this browser was provided by Sun Microsystems there, then everybody they're thinking about it. They're talking about it internally. Might be Sun Microsystems has a new programming language that is Java. On the base of Java, this browser was prepared. People are having awareness on it. Then immediately people are sending the request to Sun Microsystems. Why don't you prepare? Why don't you release the Java programming language to the outside market? Can you please provide the Java programming language to the outside market? Then Sun Microsystems has decided they want to provide the Java programming language to the outside market. To release the Java programming language to the outside market, they have set the date. The date is like what there, 1996, January 23rd. They have taken the date. On this particular date, they released the first version of the Java to the market with the name is like what there, JDK 1.0 version. The very first version of the Java was provided by Sun Microsystems and the year 1996, January 23rd, JDK 1.0 version. After that, every 1 year or every 2 years of time, they're trying to release another next versions like that. In the next 1.5 year of time, 1.1 version, next 1.5 year of time, 1.2 version, and so on and so on and so on and so on. They are trying to release it. In the journey of this total Java, JDK 1.0, this is first version, language introduction is going on, but little bit awareness only. Next one is what there, JDK 1.1 now with some updations. Next one is a JDK 1.2 version. This is a huge version. More and more number of enhancements are provided in this particular version. At present, whatever the Java here we are seeing now, we are observing now, 70% of the Java was provided along with 1.2 version only. J2EE, J2ME, J2SE, these three parts are introduced along with what version they are now? 1.2 version. So this is a milestone in Java. 1.2 version is what there? Milestone version in Java. Next, after that, namesake versions are available. Like what the JDK 1.3 version, namesake only. JDK 1.4 version, namesake only. JDK 1.5 version. Again here, more number of enhancements are provided. This is again another milestone. And if you're getting it or not, what I'm telling to you. Then after this, now JDK 1.6 version is namesake. JDK 1.7 is also be namesake, one or two features only, important features. No, again JDK 1.8 version is another milestone. Main versions, I'm telling them. All right, sir. Next one is what that JDK 1.9 version is a utter flop version, failure version. Features are not much. From 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other languages. Before that, Java had their own. Other programming languages are copied from Java. But 1.8 version onwards, Java people are trying to copy the features from other programming languages. Best example is Python. Observe carefully, up to JDK 1.6 version, Java was maintained by Sun Microsystems. Right from 1.7 version onward, Java is available with Oracle Corporation. Java is maintained by Oracle Corporation. When Java was in Oracle Corporation, from that point onwards, hurry burly, they are trying to release number of versions and hurry burly features they are including inside this Java. But of course, then some useful features are available, some of the features are unnecessary, but finally they are maintaining some other content here. So they are searching for other programming languages. In other programming languages, if any feature is good feature, they are trying to copy that. Now, as per my awareness, I can say 15 to 20 number of features from Python. How I knows about it? No, I thought previously both Python and Java, both. I'm able to teach both Java and Python. I've seen that clearly. Understand it clearly now. Right, sir. Okay, whatever it may be. Next one is like what there? JDK 1.10 version. All right, JDK 1.11 version. Again here, somewhat features are included, but the style of Java release was changed from 1.11 version onwards. From this 1.11 version onwards, Java is becoming as a licensed one. The license agreements are changed. License, the total what thing was changed. But it was licensed one. But for which users this is licensed one? Not for everybody. For the students, for the teachers, for the individual development, Java is a freeware. But for the corporate users in the sense in the companies, if they want to use Java, they must take the license. Of course, nominal prices only up to that. Up to now, it's okay, fine. For corporate users, that license is mandatory. For the normal use, license is not mandatory. So for us, no need to take any license. We can use Java, no problem. But for corporate use, in the companies, if you want to use Java, the companies have to take license for Java. From which version of Java onwards? No, Java 1.11 version onwards. Observe carefully. Then after this, JDK 1.12 namesake only. And one more point I'm telling there. Before JDK 11 version, there is a gap from one version to another version, some time gap, nearly 2 years of time, 3 years of time. And especially for releasing 1.8 version, they might be taken nearly 6 or 7 years of time. That much of time they have taken, but once they release one version, in the sense, huge number of updations, more number of features they might be included there. But from Java 11 version onwards, what Oracle is following there, they want to release Java for every 6 months of time. For every 6 months of time, the Oracle people wants to release a new version for Java. Because of that reason only, immediately we are getting Java 11, Java 12, and JDK 1.13. All right, sir. Now JDK 1.14. In JDK 1.14, somewhat okay, but not huge version. Number of not more number of enhancements, no, but somewhat better when compared with the previous one. Then similarly here, like what there, JDK 1.15. Then what next one here? JDK 1.16. Now after this, JDK 1.17 again. Now here we are having somewhat content here. But of course, as of now, here what we are having there, no, JDK 1.18 is existed and JDK 1.19 is available. I think so. As per your says, JDK 1.20 might be. Then we are saying that 20 is also existed then, right? So then it is available. But I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term support or not, but I don't know. But up to 17th, I followed up. The reminder, of course, I'm going to take all these concepts here. But anyway, but the point I didn't check it. 20th version is a long-term version or not. But up to 17th year, we can understand. These are the milestone versions inside the Java. Sir, are you getting it or not? But at present, we are having what there? JDK 1.20th version is available, that we are going to understand anyway. But I'm telling there, up to JDK 8th version, Java is a stable, completely stable. Afterwards, Java is coming in a rapid manner and like what there? The rapid manner in the sense, what is the meaning of it? No, in a hurry-burry manner, Java versions are coming. Even I'm telling there, software industry is also be utilized Java 8 version up to this 8 version in a stable manner. Now immediately what happened there? After Java 8 version, no software company is using all the versions now. Now at present, the movement in outside is what there? All companies are trying to migrate directly from 1.8 version to 1.17 version. At present, now companies are directly migrating from 1.8 version to 1.17 directly. Think of it, when companies are using directly 1.17, what is the maintenance? What is the use of these many versions there? Understand that Oracle approach here. Oracle is introducing for every 6 months of time a new version they are introducing now. They have introduced these many versions here, but companies are trying to use directly what they 17 version. Then even they are not touching on, they are not having look on what there these versions there. Now at present the trend is going on like this. Moreover, the Spring Boot framework, Spring Boot framework 1.3 version is totally on the basis of the JDK 17, 1.17. So now latest versions of the other frameworks or other tools now, they are prepared on the basis of 1. They are trying to prepare on what there 1.17 version there. That might be the stable version at present. Like, then immediately you may have a question to me now. So okay, these many versions are available, sir. Then which version I have to learn? Which version we have to learn now? What version is required in outside companies there? But I'm giving the reality. Up to JDK 1.8 version, they have used Java stable in a stable mode. Now directly they are switching from 1.8 version to what version they know? 17. So 17 version they are moving in the sense, definitely we need to have awareness on 17 version or not. Yeah, now as per these companies, as companies are using now Java 17 version now, then definitely we have to migrate up to, we have to update up to Java 17 version or not. Yeah, definitely here we are going to understand up to 20th version as per my responsibility I will discuss there. But as you are the student, if you want to survive in software industry, definitely we should learn up to at least minimum what there JDK 1.17 version. This is mandatory for everybody. Okay, of course then by completing your course, if Java 21 is coming there, I don't have any problem. I'll update it and I will give information to you. But I'll give confirmation to you up to the latest version. Up to the latest version, I'm going to discuss with you. Not only this, if we come with the full stack Java, in full stack Java also every technology I'm going to take up to the latest versions only. Spring Boot 1.3 version is nowadays might be the latest version there. It's a matter of might be then few days of time only. So I'm ready to discuss about that 1. Like what the 3 versions Spring Boot microservices. Is that all of you are getting my point or not? That I'm planning for that anyway. In the future, we are going to understand this content here. So this is exactly the content about like what there Java history. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity now? Right. All right, sir. It's okay, fine. But I want to give some permanent link to you, permanent classroom notes document I want to share with you. Now try to understand it. Say for example, right, sir. Now let me prepare Java 530 PM. 1 minute, sir. Just give a minute of time. Let me create it. Okay, it's okay. All right. Right, sir. All of you take this link, no? Everybody take this link. This link is for your core Java document. Daily I'm going to give the notes here. Right, whatever the notes I have given there, even that one also I want to paste here. So this link here we have to use. Okay. Now for the online people, I'm going to share that document, share that notes here in the questions box. Now try to utilize it. All right, sir. tinyurl.com/core Java 530 PM notes. Right, sir. And I'm giving clarity to all of you guys. Don't worry. Just this is only starting point of the class there. Then in the syllabus we are able to have steps to prepare first Java application. The topic is available. In the steps to prepare first Java application, I'm going to take like what there, how to download the Java software and how to install Java software, everything I'm going to discuss with you. But let me complete introduction part now. After that, I'm going to talk about what there steps to prepare first Java application. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? All right, so now just I have a trial for it. Now try to check this. Are able to get this document here in the browser? Have you checked it? Or else maybe let me check this. In the browser, just copy and paste this. If we click on it, then automatically here we have to get like what the document. Yes, exactly. Now directly this document here we are getting. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, wait. Okay. Okay, no problem. Just use this one. There we are able to get directly what there this document. Document we are able to open. There we can see the total content. Directly we are able to get this document. In the future, I will change it. I will give folder share. When more number of concepts are introduced there I will give folder URL. There we can get it clearly. Okay. Right, sir. Right. Now, Java history. The topic is completed here in the introduction content here. The next topic would be differences between what happened? Differences between Java and others. This is the next topic. And if you want to see that introduction classes content here inside this, I'm able to provide even that one also. Okay. Right, sir. Now see this one here, whatever the content here, just I given some content here. Just I want to copy and I want to paste here. Here. Okay. Right, sir. So differences between Java and others. This is the second topic what we are having. All right. Observe carefully. The very first difference here I'm going to provide. All of you observe carefully. The very first difference. What is that first difference here? I'm telling to you. C and C++ are static programming languages. But Java is a dynamic programming language. From this point onwards, our content is very much important. Try to understand it now. Up to this Java history, it's a namesake topic only. But from this point onwards, we have to understand Java effectively. Right, sir. What is the first difference here we are trying to understand there? C and C++ are what there? Static programming languages. But Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Right, sir. Fine. What exactly the meaning of static programming language and what is the meaning of dynamic programming language? Listen carefully. Straightforward information. Understand it now. If any programming language, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, If any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. Come again, what is the static programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at what time? Compilation time. Then that programming language is what their static programming language. Similarly, what is this dynamic programming language? No, if any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time. If any programming language is providing memory allocation for the data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that type of programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Is it? Or if you get my point or not? Right, so let me write this point here. Observe carefully. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data, primitive data is what there? Byte, short, int, long, float, double, boolean, character. This data is available. That is called as what there? Primitive data. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. The programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. What are the examples for the static programming languages? No, if you observe this, C and C++. These programming languages are what there? Static programming languages. All of you are getting it or not? Then similarly, now tell me, how can we say C and C++ are static programming languages? How can you say this point here? No, in C and C++ applications, observe carefully. In C and C++ applications, everybody understand my point here. In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only. At compilation time only, not at a runtime. Memory will be allocated for the data at what time? Compilation time only, not at the runtime. Understand it clearly. I'll give diagrammatic representation also. Don't worry for it. But first of all, let me give the definitions. After that, we are going to see internal content here. Right, sir. What is static programming language? No, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at a compilation time, primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is what there is a static programming language. Examples are what there? C and C++. In a C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at compilation time only, not at the runtime. Right, sir. Now, what about this dynamic programming language? Can you understand it now? Quite opposite point here. What is the dynamic programming language there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time, then that programming language is called what there? A dynamic programming language. The dynamic programming language. Understand it clearly. Right, sir. Then what are the examples for these dynamic programming languages? No, we can understand Java. Of course, Python is also a dynamic programming language and some other programming languages here. How can you say Java is a dynamic programming language? Point is very simple. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at a runtime only. At a runtime only. I'll give one simple point also along with this. Now try to understand it. All of you listen. One more point, small point. Tell me, guys. All of you tell me. Java is an object-oriented programming language or not? Java is what there is an object-oriented programming language or not? What is the meaning of object-oriented programming language? Data must be represented in the form of objects. Data must be represented in the form of what they're objects. That's the meaning of object-oriented programming language. In Java, when objects are creating at runtime, not at compilation time. In Java, objects are creating at what time there? Runtime, not at compilation time. When objects are creating at runtime, so what is the meaning of it now? When objects are creating at runtime, automatically memory will be allocated for data at what time there? Runtime only. Why? Because data will be stored inside the objects. Data will be stored inside the object. Data will be accommodated inside the objects only in the case of Java. So in Java, when objects are created, then only data is going to be created. It means that objects are created at runtime in the case of Java. So memory will be created for the data at runtime only. So because of that reason, Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Java is exactly what there? A dynamic programming language. Yes, sir. Are you following or not? This is that internal content here we can understand clearly now. Right, sir. I need to give one diagram also, but due to the lack of the time, I'm not discussing now. So tomorrow I will cover the diagram. Then after that, tomorrow I will continue the second point also there now. Just first point information I've given there. Tomorrow I'll explain some more points here. Then after that, I'm able to explain the remaining content here. But observe carefully. So then few days of time only. I'm going to take 1 hour class for you. Then afterwards, then at 4:30 we have to attend the classes there. 4:30 to 6 o'clock. I'm going to continue these classes with you, right? But all right, then few days of time we have to attend this 1 hour of class. Then after that I will continue with the 4:30 to 6, 1.5 hour class we are going to see, right? Right, sir. And tomorrow we are going to see our content at what time there? 5:30. 5:30 we can come. Then I'll continue the remaining part now, right? Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Till meet you tomorrow. Yeah. Then what is compilation time? Then what is runtime? I will discuss with you guys and tomorrow. Don't worry. Yeah. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Am I audible, guys? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. Right, sir. In the last session, what we completed there in the content here we discussed now in the last class. And differences between Java and others. The topic we started there in the last class. In the differences between Java and others, just we have started our conversation. Now let us understand the content here. Introduction topic I started. In that introduction part, what we completed, just a Java history, the topic I completed. Java history, in the sense what there? Java history. Then what is the background story for Java? Why Java is coming? Only these few points I completed there. Okay. Then immediately we started with the differences between Java and others. In others part, what we have taken there, no, C and C++. These two things here I have taken there in the comparison. Then after that, from this, in the comparison here, what we completed there, if you observe this point now, first one is like what there, C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there, a dynamic programming language. There are given some kind of points here. Now try to understand it clearly. I want to give some explanation. Already required points I've given there, but I want to give some more explanation. Now try to understand this clearly. Right, sir. For example, all of you observe this clearly. For example, I have written a program. I have written a program. This is what actually .java file. .java or .c, whatever it may say. For example, .c. I've taken it. Here I have written some lines of code. Number of instructions. Here I have written coding part. Now tell me, all of you tell me, who has written this program? Developer or not? Developer, programmer has written this code. How programmer has written this code? Programmer has written this code in his understandable language. Developer has written this code in his understandable language. Am I right or not? So what is the developer understandable language? No. Developer understandable language is what? High level language. High level language is what the developer understandable language. Got it or not? Fine. I completed this program. Then I have to execute this program or not? Everybody understand my point here. I have to execute this program or not? To execute this program, here we have to use a mission. Here we have to use what there? A mission. All right. Now here I want to say like what there? Execution. This is like what there? Execution. This execution would be performed by an engine. In the case of C, that engine is called as what there? C engine. C programs are executed by an engine, C engine. C++ programs are executed by an engine, C++ engine. Similarly, Java programs are executed by an engine, Java engine. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? C engine, C++ engine, Java engine. Python programs are executed by an engine, Python engine. So different names are available for Java engine and Python engine. Python engine is also be called as PVM. PVM, Python Virtual Machine. Java programs are executed by an engine called as JVM, Java Virtual Machine. In this way, here we are having some other names. So, okay, fine. This is C engine. Good. If you provide this C engine, if you provide this C program to the C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. C engine has to execute that program and it has to give some output. What is that output here? It has to provide there some output. Whatever the program we have written, as per that some output here we are getting. But here we have a problem. There is a problem here. What is the problem here? We are able to get no. Observe carefully. Now tell me, C engine is a machine or not? C engine is what there is a mission, just like a some hardware related, or maybe some engine, right? It's a mission. It's not a human being. It able to understand. It able to execute only low-level language representations. That mission is able to understand only mission language, low-level representation. But observe carefully here. Here we provided program in what language? No, high-level language. Of course, C programming language only. Int I is equal to 10 now, high-level representation. Say for example, what is this high-level representation actually? Int I is equal to 10 is a high-level representation. But what is this low-level representation actually? This is low-level representation. Zeros and ones is what their mission language, low-level representation. So we have written our program in what representation? No, high-level representation. But C engine required the program in what representation? No, low-level representation. Are able to follow or not? This is what their high-level. This is what their low-level representation. But there some miscommunication is available or not? Some miscommunication is available. So we are unable to execute our program in this case now. But I want to make it is execute. If you want to execute this program, then what we have to do there? Here we need to go for some approach. What is that approach here we have to do there? Now try to understand it. If you want to execute this program, first we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. First we have to convert our program from high level representation to low level representation. Here I'm going to take some converter or a translator. Here I want to take translator. Here I'm going to take translator. Here I want to take this translator has to take this high level program as an input. It has to convert the high level program into low level program. The total low level program here we are going to get in the form of a separate file. Low level program here we are able to get in the form of what there a separate file. That file is like what there .exe file. Inside this .exe file, then what we are able to have there? Here we are able to have like what there low level representations totally. Here this is totally what there low level representation here we can understand. Right, sir. These are like what there low level representations. Right, sir. We can understand this. Low level representation. This is low level representation. Okay. Whenever we are getting this low level representation, if we give this low level represented code to the C engine, now C engine will execute this low level code. C engine is able to provide the required output. C engine is able to provide what there the required output. Now this is what exactly the process of executing our program. Are you getting it or not? Now you can understand it clearly. Here we have used some translation process to translate the program from high level representation to low level representation. Now, this translation process is called as what then? Compilation. This translation process is called as what there? Compilation. Now tell me here, what is the meaning of this compilation clearly? What exactly the meaning of compilation here? If you observe this point here, answer is very clear. Compilation is a process of converting program from high level representation to low level representation. This is point number one. Okay. Observe carefully. Again, I'm asking there, what exactly the purpose of this compilations? No, I'm going to give some points here. Compilation, in the sense, two things. One is what the conversion from high level language to what next one can know low level language, high level language to low level language conversion. And second thing is what there. Now tell me all of you know who has written that program? Who has written that program? Programmer, developer. Am I right or not? Human being only. Developer in the sense what there? Human being. See, human being may go for some number of mistakes in our program. While writing the program, number of mistakes here we are going to do. Definitely, it's a minimum fundamental right for human being committing the mistakes. Am I right or not? Having mistakes in our program is not a crime. Having mistakes in our program is not a crime, is not a wrong thing. It's a common thing for everybody. But without checking whether our program containing errors or not, without checking whether our program contains errors or not, trying to execute the program is a crime. Are you able to follow or not? Without checking whether our program contains errors or not, you are trying to execute our program is a big crime. So what is the point I'm telling there? Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program contains any error or not. Before executing our program, first we have to check whether our program is having any error or not. If our program is having error, then we have to correct that program again. If no errors are identified there, then program is going to be executed. So definitely we need to perform some error checking or not. In our program, we have to perform some error checking or not. Exactly. That error checking here we are going to do with what there? That compilation only. Compilation is responsible for what there? Error checking. Compilation is responsible for what there? Error checking. Is it all of you are getting clarity on these points now? Is my point is clear to all of you? Right, sir. Now tell me, two responsibilities are available for compilation. What are the two responsibilities now? Come on, one is what there? Converting program from high level representation to low level representation. Second one is what there? Error checking. Error checking is one responsibility. Converting from high level to low level. This is another responsibility. Yes, all of you are getting clarity why we need to go for compilation. No, no response, guys. Fine. Let's come for the next point now. Observe carefully. The time when we perform compilation, The time when we perform compilation is called as compilation time. The time when we perform compilation is what their compilation time. Got it or not? The time when we perform compilation is compilation time. Compilation time is also be called as static time. Compilation time is also be called as what their static time. Next one, the time when we perform execution, that is called as execution time. The time when we perform execution is also be called as what their execution time. Execution time is also be called as what their dynamic time. Dynamic time is also be called as what their runtime. They are the names, different names. The time when we perform compilation, static time or compilation time. The time when we execute our program, execution time, dynamic time, and runtime. Sir, all of you get my point or not? Okay, now observe carefully. One more point I'm telling you. For example, int a is equal to 10. I have written this instruction. Int a is equal to 10. Now tell me, for a variable, this is a variable. For a variable, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated or not? Internally, the 10 is the data. The 10 data has to be stored or not? Where the 10 data has to be stored in internal memory. Am I right or not? So here, what we are able to have there, 10 is the data here now. A value and 10 is the data. The 10 data will be provided within what there, 2 bytes of memory. Am I right or not? That means for every data type, on the base of data type, for integer, 2 bytes of memory will be allocated. So this is a primitive data. For this primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? For the primitive data, memory must be allocated or not? Please recognize my point, what I'm telling here. Definitely, memory will be allocated for the primitive data. Clear or not? Okay, now listen carefully. I'm giving conclusion, try to understand it now. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, at a compilation time. If any programming language provides memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, that programming language is called as static programming language. That programming language is what there? Static programming language. All of you are getting clarity what I'm telling there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, not at runtime, then that programming language is called as what there? Static programming language. Similarly, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, not at compilation time. At what time there no runtime, then that programming language is called as dynamic programming language. The programming language is what there? Dynamic programming language. Is that clear or not? Right. So now observe carefully. Of course, I want to give even this diagram also for you. In the document, I will include even this diagram also. Now observe carefully. What is the definition you are given there? What is the first difference between Java and others? So now tell me, what is the very first difference here? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Tell me, what is the point I have given there? Yesterday, I think in the last class I given the point here. What was the point I have given there? If any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a compilation time, then that programming language is called static programming language. Examples for static programming language is what there? C and C++. Observe carefully. Next one is, what is this? How this is a static programming language now? In C and C++ applications, memory will be provided to the data at a compilation time only, not at a runtime. So C and C++ are what they static programming languages. Next one, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, if any programming language allows memory allocation for the primitive data at a runtime, then that programming language is called as what there? Dynamic programming language. Examples are what there? Java, Python. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? At a runtime. In Java applications, memory will be allocated for the data at what time here? No? At a runtime. Yes, sir. All of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you now. That's okay now. This is the first difference here, what we identified clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. Now this is completed. Then what next one here? After completion of this, second difference here we are going to understand. All of you observe carefully the second difference, no? Everybody understand it, no? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but a preprocessor is not required in Java. Sir, all of you are getting clarity on this? Preprocessor is required in C and C++, but a preprocessor is not required in Java. Clear? Right. All of you observe carefully. Before going to understand preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and in Java. Before understanding this preprocessor required or not required in C, C++ and Java, first of all, we have to understand what is preprocessor, what is the role of the preprocessor in programming, where this preprocessor is existed, what it is able to perform, what it is able to do in our programming languages. That all the points here we have to understand. After that, we will decide whether preprocessor is required or not required in C, C++ and Java. Yes, sir, all of you are getting it or not? What I am telling you. Right, sir. Now let us understand the content here. What I am telling to you. Observe carefully. I want to give one diagram here. For example, I'm going to write a program. Now this we can understand a C program. Dot C. This is what there a C program dot C. Observe carefully. Next one is we need to perform compilation. Here we have to perform what there compilation. When we perform compilation, now tell me guys, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get? What file here we are able to get? Already we have seen in the previous diagram there. Of course, different files here we are able to get .obj, .ai. Finally here what we are able to get? No, .exe file. That what we required. After that, whenever we are getting this .exe file, there we can execute our program. So now here we have to perform like what there execution process. Execution process here we have to perform. Whenever we are executing this program now, here directly we are able to get some output. Here we are able to get like what there some output. That's it. Now this is the overall scenario here we can understand. All right. Now if we observe this compilation, in compilation is not like only one mission work. Compilation is like 4 missions work. Compilation is not like single mission work. Compilation is nothing but 4 missions work. What are these 4 missions here we are able to provide? First one is like what there preprocessor. First one is what there preprocessor. Okay. Next one after that compiler. After that assembler. Then after that loader, link editor. Loader, link editor. That's it. Observe carefully. First one is like what there preprocessor, compiler. Next one is assembler. Next one is like what there loader, link editor. This is overall. Right, sir. Understand it clearly. Now inside this, Again, now I'm telling there, here the requirement of the preprocessor, location of the preprocessor, we understood there. This is sufficient. But I want to elaborate even compiler also. Internally, compiler is also existed. What is available there inside this compiler? Compiler, if you observe this, lexical analysis phase. After this lexical analysis phase, next one is what there? Syntax analysis phase. After this syntax analysis phase, next one is semantic analysis phase. Next one is intermediate code generation. After this intermediate code generation, code optimization. Then after this, another one is what there? Code generation. Right. These many phases are available inside the compiler. If you open the compiler, these many phases are existed again. Let's see this the phases what we are having there. Now, first one is like what the lexical analysis phase. Next one is the syntax analysis phase, semantic analysis phase, intermediate code generation, code optimization. The next one is like what the code generation. Of course, along with these two more tables are available. The two more tables are not required here, like symbol table, error handler table. So different things are available here. It's not required for us now. But majorly, this is the total architecture what we are having. Right, of course, I don't require all these concepts immediately. I don't not required to understand each and every point immediately. So from this diagram, what I require the information, what exactly the point here I'm trying to say. From this diagram, we can understand the location of the preprocessor. From this diagram, what we have to remember, the location of the preprocessor. Where is preprocessor? At which location that preprocessor is existed? That point here I require now. Tell me at which location that preprocessor is available? Inside the compilation. Inside the compilation, the very first phase is a pre-processing phase or not? Inside the compilation, the very first phase is what there? Pre-processing phase. Is that all of you are getting it or not? Only this point. For the sake of this point only, I given this entire diagram here. Okay. Right. Let me provide this point here. Try to observe this clearly. Here the diagram here I'm going to provide. Now tell me, what is the location of the preprocessor? Preprocessor is the first phase. Preprocessor is the first phase in compilation. Preprocessor is the first phase in compilation. That's okay, fine. What this preprocessor will do? What preprocessor is able to do? What is its responsibility in programming languages? Observe carefully now. I'm going to give some clarity. Now try to understand it now. All of you observe carefully. In a C and C++, not only in the C, I'm telling that in a C and C++, observe carefully. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? Come on, guys, you have to respond for me. Every programming language is having some predefined library or not? So in C and C++, the complete predefined library was provided in the form of header files. Am I right or not? If you're having awareness on C and C++, we have to answer for it. The complete predefined library is available in the form of what there? Header files. Can you tell me examples for these header files? No? stdio.h. Am I right or not? stdio.h. Come on. Next one is like what there? After this stdio.h, math.h. After this math.h. Next one is what there? Conio.h. And so on. So many things are existed here now. What are the various things now? stdio.h, math.h, conio.h, and so on. Just examples I'm telling them. Okay, good. Listen carefully. Okay, predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to use them in my C program? The predefined library is available in the form of header files. But how I'm going to access that header files data in my C program then? In C and C++ applications, if you want to use predefined library, which are provided in header files. If you want to use predefined library which are provided in header files, then we have to include header files in the C and C++ programs. Am I right or not? We have to include header files into the C and C++ programs. Good. Further purpose, what syntax is what we have to use there? Examples I'm telling there. Hash include stdio.h. Am I right or not? Or statement here we have to use there hash include stdio.h. Next one is a hash include conio.h. Next one is a hash include math.h. Hash include like what there math.h. In this way here we are able to provide this. Am I right or not? Next point is very very important. Try to observe carefully. For example, I have a program. Inside my program, I have written all the hash include statements. I have written all the hash include statements like inside my program. Observe carefully. If we compile a C program, C and C++ program, C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. All of you observe carefully what actions it able to perform there. If we compile C and C++ programs, then preprocessor will perform the following actions. Point number one. Listen, all of you listen carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Hash include statements. Am I right? Observe carefully. Preprocessor will recognize hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the specified header files names from hash include statements. Am I right? Preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names. What are the header files names I specified here? stdio.h, conio.h, math.h. It able to take all the header files names. Clear or not? Next one. After that, observe carefully. Preprocessor. Understand it clearly. What I'm telling there. Preprocessor will check. Preprocessor will check whether the specified header files are available in C and C++ softwares. What preprocessor will do no? Whatever the header files name here we specify no? Preprocessor will check whether the specified header files are existed or not existed in the C and C++ softwares. Say for example, if you want to compile my C program, first of all, C software must be installed in my computer or not. In that installed C software, preprocessor will check whether these header files are existed or not existed. Okay, observe carefully. Point number 3. In the case, if the specified header files are not existed, if the specified header files does not exist or existed, the specified header files are not existed in the C library, C predefined library or inside the C software, then preprocessor will raise an error. If they're not available, then preprocessor will raise what there? An error. Got or not? In the case, for example, right sir, in the case, observe carefully, if the specified header files, are existed in the C predefined library, then preprocessor, observe carefully, preprocessor will load all the header files to the memory as part of compilation. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? All of you are following this point or not? First of all, preprocessor will recognize all the hash include statements. Preprocessor will take all the header files names what we provided. Preprocessor will check them whether they are available or not in the C predefined library. If they are not available, error will be raised. If they are available, then preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory, part of the compilation. Now I'm giving one point here. Now try to observe carefully. This type of loading predefined library. This type of loading predefined library is called static loading. At compilation time, we are loading that library or not. This type of loading is called as what there? Static loading. Is that all of you get my point or not? Then the preprocessor will load all the header files content to the memory as part of compilation. This type of loading predefined library is called as what there? Static loading. The response, guys. All of you are getting it or not? What exactly the point I'm telling there? Now tell me here, what is the conclusion here I'm telling there? Conclusion, not the point, no, conclusion now. Tell me, by seeing all these points, no, what is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? What is the job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications, no? The job of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. To recognize all hash include statements in order to load all header files content to the memory. Because of this particular reason only, here we have used what there? Preprocessor. No response, guys. What I'm telling you now. Is it clear or not? Alright, so now. The main purpose of preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. That's it. Now this is, just give a minute of time. Right, sir. So the main purpose of the preprocessor in C and C++ applications is to recognize all hash include statements in order to load header files content to the memory. Right, so this is what exactly the purpose of like what the preprocessor in C and C++. And the corresponding diagram also here we provided here at which location it is available clearly. But here my question is, preprocessor is not required in Java. Preprocessor is not existed in Java. Why it is not existed in Java? Why it is not required in Java? That point here we want to understand. That's our required point here. Why it is not required in the case of Java? Okay, now observe carefully. After this, here I want to provide the point here. Now try to understand it now. In Java, first of all, tell me, in C and C++, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of header files or not? Come on, in the form of header files or not? But in Java, the complete predefined library is existed in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. This example is what are their packages. Example I'm telling to you, now observe carefully. Example here I'm telling to you, now observe carefully. Java.io package, Java.util package, Java.sql package. All these are what are their packages. Inside the packages, no classes and interfaces are existed. This is the structure of the Java predefined library. In Java, the complete predefined library is available in the form of what their packages. Java.io, Java.util, Java.sql. Understand it clearly now? Okay, good. Next one is, in Java applications, see, in the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, In the case of C and C++, if you want to use predefined library, there we have to include header files to the C and C++ programs or not. Similarly, in Java applications, if you want to use predefined library, if you want to use predefined library, then we have to import, the packages. What we have to do there? Import. In the case of Java, importing packages. In the case of C and C++, including header files now. Right. Right, sir. Now observe carefully how we are going to write these import statements now. Just I'm giving that import java.io.star. What is the meaning of this star now? In a java.io package, so many classes and interfaces are available. That all classes and interfaces of the java.io I want to get into my program. That's why here I'm using this one. Next one is what there? Import java.util.star. Similar, in the case of java.util package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to get all of them. Next one is what there? Import java.sql.star. So here in java.sql package, so many classes and interfaces are available. I want to use them. That's why here we have used this star. Okay, fine. For example, I prepared a Java program. I prepared what there? Java program. Inside the Java program, I have written all these import statements. In a Java program, I have written what there? All the import statements. Now I want to compile my program. Now I want to compile my program. Observe carefully. If I compile a Java program, then compiler will perform the following actions. Of course, we already aware about it. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available. That's why I'm using what the compiler. Compiler will perform the following actions. What actions the compiler is able to perform there? Observe carefully. Understand it clearly. First of all, compiler will recognize all the import statements. Compiler will recognize all the imports. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor recognized what their hash include statements. Now in Java, compiler will recognize import statements. Next one is number 2. Compiler will read all the packages names which we provided along with the import statements. All of you observe carefully. Compiler will read all the package names which we provided along with the import statements. Then after that, observe carefully. Compiler will check whether the specified packages are existed or not in the Java predefined library. In the case of C and C++ also, preprocessor has checked whether the provided header files are exist or not in C predefined library. Here also the compiler has checked whether the provided provided packages are available in the C Java predefined library or not. Then point number 4. Observe carefully. If the provided packages are not existed, if the provided packages are not existed in a Java predefined library, then compiler will raise an error. Compiler will raise an error. Am I right or not? If the specified packages are not available in Java predefined library, the compiler will raise an error. Package XXX does not exist. Package java.util does not exist. Package java.sql does not exist. There we are able to get some compilation error. For example, if the specified packages are available in Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then what compiler will do? Then compiler will not raise any error. Please remember this, compiler will not raise any error. In the case of preprocessor case, if the specified header files are available, no error, but header files content is loaded to the memory or not. That is called a static loading or not. Now, what I'm telling there, if the provided packages are existed in the Java predefined library, then compiler will not raise any error and compiler will not load any package content to the memory. A Java compiler is not loading any package content to the memory. Just compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are existed or not existed. That's it. Yes, sir. In the case of C and C++, preprocessor responsibilities what there? Loading header files content to the memory, static loading. But in the case of Java, compiler is not responsible for checking whether the compiler is not responsible for loading predefined library to the memory. But compiler is responsible for checking whether the specified packages are available or not available in Java predefined library. Is that all of you are getting my point or not? Whatever the point here I'm telling you. Clear. Now this is exactly the point here. What I'm telling to you, this point here. That's okay, fine. This is like what there? Point number 5. All right, sir. Compiler will not load any package content to the memory. Okay. If compiler is not loading this, but who will load this predefined library to the memory? Who will load that predefined library to the memory? All right. If you observe this, if we execute the Java program, if we execute Java application, comma at a runtime, I'm telling that, not at compilation time, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory at runtime, not at compilation time. At runtime, JVM will load the required predefined library to the memory. This type of loading predefined library is called dynamic loading. This type of predefined library loading is called as what there? Dynamic loading. Yes, sir. All of you are following or not? What are the points here I'm telling there? A clear cut information here I'm telling you. Try to follow these points here. Each and every point I'm providing in the document. This document is for the sake of you only. All of you are seeing the document there. Whatever the content here I'm providing there. Of course, at the end of the class, I'll give that link also to you. Already given that link to you. All right. Now tell me. I'm asking one question there. In which programming language static loading is going on? In which programming language dynamic loading is going on? Now tell me. Static loading is going on in which programming language? C and C++. Dynamic loading is going on in which programming language? Java programming language. So static loading is supported by hash include statements and dynamic loading is supported by import statements. Are you getting it or not? Now let's come for the conclusion, guys. Now the conclusion is what their preprocessor. Preprocessor is not required in Java. Why it is not required in Java? That's the question. Why preprocessor is not required in Java? That's the question actually. Right, now here we have to understand, no, observe carefully. In Java, preprocessor is not required. Why is there? What is the reason for it? No, why? Because in Java, preprocessor is not required. Why? Because in Java, hash include statements. In Java, hash include statements and header files are not available. Why preprocessor is not required in the case of Java? Hash include statements and header files are not available in Java. Right or not? Now in Java, packages and import statements are available. In Java, alternatively in Java, packages and import statements are available. So here to recognize packages and import statements, Java is able to use compiler and JVM. So it is not required to use what their preprocessor. Because of this reason only, preprocessor is not at all required in the case of Java. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Whatever the point here I'm telling them. That's okay, fine. All right, sir. Now, whatever the diagram here we prepared now, this diagram I want to be converted to Java. This diagram is purely in C. I want to convert this diagram into what there? Java. Let me check this here. What we are able to convert here. Now here dot C is available here. In place of dot C, here we are able to get what there? Dot Java. Listen carefully. In the case of C, after compilation, we are getting .exe file. But in place of this Java, in the case of Java, in place of .exe, we are able to get what files there? Dot class files. In Java, only two types of files. Before compilation, .java. After compilation, dot class files. Alright, sir. Now here we are able to get it. But in the case of Java, what is not available here? No, preprocessor is not available. Remaining content is very same. In the case of Java, preprocessor is not available, but remaining content is very same. Alright, so now this one also I want to provide in our content kit. Try to recognize this. But I have one important interview question, guys. You have to give answers for it. Are you ready for it? My question is, what are the differences between hash include statements and import statements? What exactly the difference between hash include statement and import statement? This is my question. Okay. Can I give answers here? No? Tell me the very first answer here. First of all, where they are available, where these two things are available here now. First of all, tell me hash include statements are available in C and C++. Similarly, import statements are available in Java. Import statements are available in where there? Java. That's okay, fine. Next one is their functionalities, what they are able to include. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, hash include statements are able to include predefined library. Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Am I right or not? Now tell me. Similarly, here what we are able to provide there? Import statements are able to include the predefined libraries, which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Okay. Next one, loading. Which type of load are which are recognized by preprocessor, which is recognized by compile and JVM. If you observe this, hash include statements are evaluated by or maybe recognized by. Hash include statement recognized by whom? Come on, hash include statements are recognized by whom? Preprocessor, right? Similarly, now tell me recognized by the preprocessor. But import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Both can recognize. Both has to use these import statements. At compilation time, checking packages, but at runtime, then loading the content point of both has to be recognized. Fourth one. Now tell me, all of static loading and dynamic loading. Hash include statement is supporting. Hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Is supporting static loading. Hash include statement is supporting what loading there? Static loading. But import statement is supporting what loading here? Now tell me, dynamic loading. Import statement is supporting what loading there? Dynamic loading. Okay, right, sir. Next one is fifth point. Observe carefully. Now tell me, by using a single hash include statement, how many header files we are able to include? Only one header file or more than one header file? Only one header file only. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include, only one header file. We are able to include only one header file. Example here I'm telling to you, observe carefully. Hash include yesterday.h. Next one is hash include conio.h. That means if you want to include more than one header file, we have to use more than one hash include statement. That's the point here I'm telling to you. Hash include math.h, like this here we are able to provide. But in the case of Java, what is going on here now? By using single import statement, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. More than one class or more than one interface of the same package by using star notation. We know already. Import java.io.star. Star is representing what there? All, more than one class or more than one interface from the specified package, java.io package. We can understand it clearly now. Got it or not? So this is overall information here. We can understand clearly now. Right, sir. This is the total awareness on. Like a preprocessor and its existency in a C, C++ and Java. It is required in C, C++, but it is not required in Java. What is predefined library, sir? There is a question now. What is a predefined library? For every programming language, some libraries must be provided by the languages, not by the developers. Some libraries only developers can define, but majority of the libraries must be provided by the programming languages only. That programming languages defined libraries what their predefined library. Understand it? What I am telling you. Okay. All right, sir. Now, all right, sir. That's okay. Fine. Does JDK also include JVM? So this JDK, JVM, JRE, the topics I'll discuss with you later. Don't think much about it now. But at present, we are at very startup mode. Just gradually, slowly, I'm going to increase the content here. So we are able to understand it now. At very starting, in the differences between Java and others, slowly we are going to understand each and every point here now. Right. So then tomorrow, I'm going to discuss one important topic here. Very important here. I think the third difference here. What I'm going to discuss there. C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages, but Java is platform independent programming language. This difference here we are going to understand. Very important difference. Directly interviewers are asking this question there. This difference now. So without failure, try to understand this particular point. So this topic, this point, I'm going to discuss on tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to see this content, guys. Okay. That's all, guys. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll meet. Tomorrow we'll see the remaining content, right? Once again, I'm telling there, few days of time only. Then 5:30 to like 6:30, I'm going to take no. Afterwards, 4:30 to 6, 1.5 hour class we are going to be take no. But in the startup mode, few days of time because of some busy schedule. Few days of time, only 1 hour class I'm planning that. Next onwards, 1.5 hour class we are able to plan that. But I will give schedule to you when onwards. From which date onwards we are going to plan for 1.5 hour class now, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot. Please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Hmm? Yeah. Okay. There is. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Yeah, thank you. Right. Good evening, guys. And check it what we completed in the last session. Think so. We are discussing about the differences between Java and others. In the differences between Java and others, what topic here we understand there? C and C++ are static programming languages, but Java is what there? A dynamic programming language. Okay. Then we are given some points here. If any programming language allows memory allocation at a compilation time, then that programming language is a static programming language. If any programming language allows memory allocation for the data at runtime, then that programming language is what their dynamic programming language. Examples for static programming languages are C and C++. Example for dynamic programming language is what their Java and others. Next one is preprocessor is required in a C and C++, but it is not required in the case of Java. All right. What is the purpose of this preprocessor in a C and C++, and why it is not required in the case of Java? If you observe this, preprocessor is required in C and C++ to recognize hash include statements and to load the provided header files content to the memory. But in the case of Java, preprocessor is not required. Why it is not required in the case of Java there? In the case of Java, hash include statements are not available and header files are not available. In place of that, classes and interfaces and import statements are available in the case of Java. This is what exactly the content here we understood there, and some diagrammatic representation, somewhat extra content here are given. Now try to recognize the content here now. Alright, sir. Diagram also are given there. The total process are given, somewhat total content given. Then at the end are given one important interview question in the last class. What was that question here are given there? What are the differences between hash include statement and import statement? If you observe this, hash include statements are available in C and C++. Import statements are available in Java. Next one is what there. Hash include statements are able to include predefined library which are available in the form of header files. Import statements are able to include the predefined libraries which are available in the form of classes and interfaces in packages. Hash include statements are recognized by the preprocessor, but import statements are recognized by the compiler and JVM. Hash include statement is supporting static loading, whereas import statements are supporting dynamic loading. By using single hash include statement, we are able to include only one header file. That's like what there hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, hash include math.h, like this. By using single import statements, we are able to include more than one class or more than one interface of the same package. Import java.ivo.star. Example I given, star is a representation here. The star is representing what there, including all content here now. Then after that, we need to start today the third difference here. What is the third difference here now? C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages, but Java is what their platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you understand it? Put focus on this point here. Before going to understand whether C, C++, and Java are platform dependent or platform independent, before that, first of all, tell me when a programming language is platform dependent and when a programming language is platform independent. That we have to understand first. After that, we are going to think whether C, C++ are platform dependent or not, whether Java is a platform independent or not. Later on, we are going to discuss about it. Right, so now let's understand the point here. Observe carefully. C and C++ are platform dependent programming language. That's okay. Before that, now observe carefully. Listen carefully. If any programming language, yes, if any programming language allows its applications to perform, understand it clearly. if any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation is on compilation and execution on the same operating system. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution, both must be on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform platform dependent programming language. This is what the platform dependent programming language. Is it? All of you are getting clarity in this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system, then that programming language is called platform dependent programming language. Observe carefully. Example is what there C and C++. An example for this is what there C and C++. Okay, definition is okay. Example is what there C and C++ programming languages. Up to this one is also be okay. But how can you say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any proper reason for it? How it is possible to say C is a platform dependent programming language? Any reason for it? Yes, I'll give some reason here. Now try to understand the point here. All of you observe carefully. What exactly the point here I'm telling to you? All of you observe carefully. Right. Now see this. For example, I want to take a C program here. This is my C program. C program in the sense what we are able to get here dot C as an extension here we are able to provide. Okay, dot C. Now inside this C program we have to write some mini sections. I have written some code. Observe carefully. Whenever we have written this C program, when we have written this C program, we have to compile this program or not? We need to compile this program. So compilation here I am going to take. Observe carefully. This is like what their compilation. Now tell me, all of you now tell me, after compilation of our C program, what files here we are able to get now? What exactly the file here we are able to get now? Dot exe file here we are able to get. What file here we are getting there? Dot exe file. Inside the dot exe file, so now here we are able to have like what there some content here. What is this content? I will discuss with you later on, but understand this clearly. .exe file here we are getting. Clear? Whenever we are getting this .exe file, I need to execute this program. Execution here we have to perform. Who will execute our C programs now? Already given that point. Who will execute C programs now? C engine. C engine will execute our C programs. Whenever we execute our C program, there we are able to get some output. After execution of our program, there we are able to get what there some output. This is overall process what we are having. Clear? All of you are getting it clearly? Outputs here we are getting there. Okay, fine. Right. Listen carefully. All of you know. I have taken C program that we compiled. We are getting some .exe file. The .exe file we executed by using C engine. Then we are getting some output. Clear? Up to now. Further definition. Platform dependent programming language definition. Point of view. What I am telling there. For compilation, I need to take operating system. For execution also we require what their operating system. Here, what is the definition of the platform dependent programming language? The definition of the platform dependent programming language is what there. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation and execution on the same operating system. That means For compilation and execution, we have to provide what the same operating system. For compilation and execution here, we have to provide what the same operating system. Then that programming language is what their platform dependent programming language. Alright, sir. Now here, as per the definition, for compilation, I'm using like what there Windows. For execution, I have to use what there as per the definition Windows only. If we use Windows operating system for compilation, for execution also we have to use what their same Windows operating system. Then only the programming language is what their platform dependent programming language. Get my point or not? For the sake of the discussion, for the sake of our clarity purpose, for execution purpose, I want to use different operating system. And for compilation, I want to use what their Windows operating system. Compilation is on Windows operating system. Execution is on what their Linux operating system that I have used there. For example, for discussion point of view, for the sake of understanding point of view, I have used this Linux operating system. Good. Observe carefully. C engine is available on which operating system? No? Come on, guys. C engine is available on which operating system? Linux operating system. If the C engine is available on Linux operating system, then what code it able to understand, it able to execute? No. Observe carefully. It is able to execute only Linux representations. Linux represented code from operating system to operating system. Internal data representation is different. Don't think about it. Same data representation is available in both the operating systems. From one operating system to another operating system, internal data representation is what they're different. Are you getting it or not? Okay, fine. So the C engine is available on Linux operating system. It is able to execute only Linux represented code. Okay, fine. For example, observe carefully. C program I have written. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? Windows operating system. I'm compiling the C program on which operating system? No, Windows operating system. Getting my point or not? When we compile the C program on Windows operating system, automatically .exe file is created or not? Now, what is the story about this .exe file? What it is available here? Insert this .exe file. If you have to this, understand the point here. .exe file .exe file contains directly executable code. .exe file contains directly executable code. And listen carefully. This point is important. And it is having the local operating system representations. That is what they now here what we provided. Windows operating system representations here we provided. Is it all of you understand this point here? What is this .exe file nature? No, .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. Now this .exe file is having which representations? No, Windows representations. No, got it or not? But observe carefully, C engine is available on which operating system? Linux. It is able to understand only what representations? No, Linux represented code. Fine. For example, I got this .exe file which has Windows operating system representations. If I give this .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute this Windows represented .exe file? Come on, guys, answer for my question now. If I give this Windows represented .exe file to the C engine, is it possible for C engine to execute Windows represented .exe file? Possible or not possible? Not possible here. It is not possible here. Understand my point clearly. It is not possible to execute. It is not possible to execute. It is not possible to execute Windows represented executable code on Linux operating system. Why? Because C engine is able to understand only Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? We are providing Windows representations, but C engine is required what their Linux representations. So some mismatch is available or not? So because of this mismatch, because of this particular reason, we are unable to execute our program. Okay, but if you want to execute this program, then what we have to do? No, only one solution. What is that solution? At runtime, we have to change your operating system. At runtime, what operating system here we have to provide the same Windows operating system here we have to provide. On this Windows operating system, if you provide Windows operating system, C engine is able to execute only now at present. Now we have to remove that Linux. There we have to provide what there Windows representations. Now observe carefully. C program we compiled on Windows operating system. We are getting .exe file. This .exe file contains what their Windows representations only. That Windows represented .exe file, if we provide to the C engine, which is on Windows operating system, there we are able to that C engine. Sorry, that C engine is able to execute that Windows represented .exe file or not? Why? Because now C engine is available on what their Windows operating system. It is able to understand only what their Windows representations. Now we are providing Windows represented .exe file or not? We are providing what their Windows represented .exe file. So C engine is also expecting the same Windows operating system representations. So finally, the C program, C engine is able to execute this .exe file or not? Then we are able to get output or not? No response, guys. Right, sir. Because of this reason, C and C++ are what their platform dependent programming languages. That execution is totally depending on the operating system which we have used for compilation. Right, execution of this C program is depending on the operating system which we have used for what their compilation. This is what exactly the meaning of like what their like platform dependent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? Right, so now let me take this diagram here. I want to keep this one. All right, so, let me have one line data. I want to provide some data here. Now try to understand the same point here. I want to say no. If we compile C program on Windows operating system, if we compile C program on Windows operating system, then the compiler will generate .exe file. .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations, that is Windows representations. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, that is to execute Windows represented .exe file. Observe carefully. In this context, to execute Windows represented .exe file, Windows represented .exe file, then what we have to do there? We have to use the same Windows operating system, at a runtime. Right, sir. Due to this dependency on the operating system, C and C++ are platform dependent programming languages. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Clearly, no. That's it, guys. Then how C and C++ are platform dependent, that we understood clearly. Okay, that's okay, fine. The content also here we provided. That's okay. But what is platform independent programming language? Before that, have you understood that platform dependent programming language content? Can I go for platform independent now? All right, observe carefully. What you are able to understand about this platform independent programming language, what you are understanding there? All right, what is the definition for it? Observe carefully. If any programming language, observe carefully. If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation is on one operating system, and execution is on another operating system. Compilation is on one operating system and execution is on what there? Another operating system. Then that programming language is called as what there? Platform independent programming language. The programming language is what their platform independent programming language. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this now? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then that programming language is called platform independent programming language. Right, sir. Example is what there? Java. Of course, Python is also a platform independent programming language. But anyway, Python is not in our context here. First, we have to understand what there Java. Java is in our context clearly. Getting it or not? Fine, sir. Observe carefully after this. What next point here? I'm telling to you how Java is a platform independent programming language. How Java is a platform independent programming language. We have to understand this point clearly. Understand it now? I'll take another diagram. Observe carefully. For example, first of all, I want to provide the diagram as per the definition. As per the definition, I want to provide this diagram. All right, so now here we can understand .java. Lines of code here we have written .java. Okay. The next one is what? After this, we have to perform compilation. We have to perform like what there? Compilation. Compilation. Okay. When we perform compilation, in the case of Java, what files here we are able to get? Yesterday already we understood. In the case of C, C++, after compilation, we got what there? .exe file. But in the case of Java, after compilation, what files here we are able to get there? There we are able to get, what files here we are able to get there? No, class files here we are able to get. Right, now we can understand clearly. There we are getting some class file. Class file. Okay. Whenever we are getting this class file, then what next one here we have to do there? Class file. Now, I want to go for multiple executions now. Inside the class file, some code is available. I will discuss about it. What exactly the code is existed here. Now understand it now. First of all, I want to execute this program. This is execution. Here we are able to have some output. Execution, and this is like what their output. Understand this now? Here we are able to provide observe carefully. Execution can be provided here. Now, for compilation, we require one operating system. For execution also, we can be required an operating system. What operating systems I want to use, I'll discuss with you later on. This is one-time execution. Here, I have to provide like what there. Another time execution. And another one. Another time execution here we are providing. Right, observe carefully. After this, after completion of all the content here, then what we have to do? Now I want to confirm the operating systems. Can you tell me what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? Come on, what is the definition of the platform independent programming language? If any programming language allows its applications to perform compilation is on one operating system and execution is on another operating system, then it is what their platform independent. Please remember that what I'm telling is central point. Platform dependent, compilation and execution must be on the same operating system. Platform independent, compilation is on one operating system execution is on another operating system. That's it. The central point we have to remember now. Okay, right, son. For compilation, I want to use, for example, Windows operating system. I want to use. Now, here, how many times we want to execute our program? 4 times we want to execute our program. Am I right or not? All right, sir. In 4 times, then one time here we want to use what their Linux operating system. In another time, I want to use like what they say, for example, Mac, right? Mac operating system, MacBook. In another time here, I want to provide like what they say, for example, Unix. I want to use there, or maybe Solaris. I want to use there. Solaris operating system. Maybe another time here I want to use the same Windows operating system, of course. For compilation Windows and for execution also, I can use that Windows kernel. Understand my point? These many operating systems here we want to use them. Good. Observe carefully now. I'm going to give that exact point here. Now try to understand it now. When we compile Java program on Windows operating system, here what file here we are getting now? What file here we are getting now? Dot class file here we are getting. Then what is the nature of the dot class file? Before going to understand dot class file, what is the nature of the .exe file? Now tell me, what is the nature of the .exe file? .exe file contains directly executable code. Right, so .exe file contains directly executable code, and it is having the local operating system representations. That is what their Windows representations. Clear or not? But now come for this dot class file now. What exactly the nature of the dot class file? Observe carefully. Dot class file contains bytecode. Tell me, dot class file contains what code here? Bytecode. What is this bytecode actually? It is not directly executable code. No, it is not directly executable code. .exe file contains executable code directly, but it is not having directly executable code. Answer my point here. Okay. Then which code it is available here now? It is an intermediate code. It is what there? An intermediate code, not source code, not directly executable code. In the middle one, it is an intermediate code. And it doesn't have or doesn't follow any operating system representations. It doesn't have any operating system representations, including Windows operating system, including Windows representations. Even though we compiled our Java program on Windows operating system, the generated dot class file doesn't include Windows representations even. All of you are following this point now? Identify the difference between .exe file and dot class file. .exe file contains directly executable code, but dot class file doesn't have directly executable code. Even it is not representing any operating system representation. It is a neutral bytecode. It is an intermediate code. It is an intermediate code. Okay, please remember this point. This is dot class file representation now. But there is a point here. What's the point now? If you want to execute any bytecode on Linux operating system, that bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute any code on Mac operating system, that code must have Mac representations. If you want to execute any code on Solaris operating system, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute anything on Windows operating system, that bytecode must have Windows representations. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on these points now? If you want to execute any bytecode on any of the operating system, that bytecode must have the respective operating system representations. Then only that code will be executed. Follow or not? My point, what I'm telling to you now. Okay, right. Observe carefully. Now, here dot class file is generated. Is this dot class file is having any representations? Any operating system representations are available with this dot class file? No. But I want to execute this on Linux. I want to execute the same thing on Mac. I want to execute the same thing on Solaris. I want to execute the same thing on Windows. That's my requirement. Why? Because now we have taken Java as a platform independent programming language. When Java is a platform independent programming language, one time if we compile the program on Windows, the same thing we can execute on any of the operating system. That's the capability. But how it is possible in the case of Java? That point here we are understanding now. All right, now understand clearly. If you want to execute this bytecode on Linux now, this bytecode must have Linux representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Mac now, this bytecode must require Mac representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Solaris now, that bytecode must have Solaris representations. If you want to execute this bytecode on Windows now, that bytecode must have Windows representations. Sir, are you getting it or not? All right, now observe carefully. But directly this bytecode doesn't have Linux or Mac or Solaris or Windows representations. It doesn't have any of these representations. But still, how we are going to represent this? How we are going to execute this program? Right, exactly. In this particular situation, so problem is coming or not? Here, this is having neutral bytecode, but here we require local operating system represented bytecode. So here some mismatch is coming or not? Exactly. In this particular situation, to make Java as a platform independent programming language and to run Java applications on multiple operating systems, Sun Microsystems has provided a set of converters, a set of translators to convert our bytecode from neutral nature to the local operating system representations. Sun Microsystems has provided what there? Some converters now. What converters are provided by Sun Microsystems care? Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided some converters. Observe carefully. Here, Sun Microsystems has provided one converter, and here another converter. Here another converter, and here another converter. Multiple converters are provided by Sun Microsystems. You can understand clearly. Converter. Now here we can understand like what there converter. Here this is like what I am telling there. Converter. And here we have to provide like what there another converter. Like multiple converters are provided. What is the job of this converter now? Tell me. The job of this converter is if we provide this neutral bytecode to the converter, converter will converter will convert this neutral bytecode into Linux representations. That Linux represented bytecode will be given to this execution. Execution will be performed on the Linux bytecode and it will provide some output. Again, if we give this neutral bytecode to this converter is able to convert that neutral bytecode into MAC representations, and that MAC represented bytecode will be given to the execution. Execution will be performed on the MAC represented bytecode and providing some output. Right, next one. If we give this neutral bytecode to this third converter, it is converting that neutral bytecode into Solaris representations, and the Solaris represented bytecode will be provided to the execution. That execution is going to be performed on the Solaris represented bytecode, and some outputs here we are able to get. Finally, if you provide this bytecode to the Windows, that means converter, this converter, 1 minute wait, this converter will convert that neutral bytecode into that Windows representations. Windows represented bytecode will be provided to the execution. That execution is going to be performed on the Windows represented code. There we are able to get some output clearly. Is it? Are you getting my point or not? Okay. Now, so here we are getting the Sun Microsystems has given what their converters to make Java as a platform independent programming language and to execute our Java program in multiple operating systems. But here the question is how Sun Microsystems has provided these translators, how Sun Microsystems has provided these converters actually, how Sun Microsystems has provided these converters actually. If you come for this point here, answer is very clear. Sun Microsystems has provided these converters and execution, this conversion and execution both in a single mission. Sun Microsystems has provided this conversion mechanism along with execution in a single mission. This is a single mission. Here also be conversion and execution both are provided in a single mission. Right, sir. In all the cases, conversion and execution both are provided in a single mission. Here, the name of this single mission, which has conversion and execution process, the name of that single mission is what there? JVM. The name of that single mission is what there? JVM. Here we require one JVM, here we require another JVM, and here we require what there? JVM, another JVM. Guys, observe carefully. Then what is this JVM actually? Java Virtual Machine. What is the job of the Java Virtual Machine here? Two responsibilities are available. What are the two responsibilities? No, converting bytecode into the local representations and executing that local bytecode. The local represented bytecode is called as a native code. Local represented bytecode is what their native code. See, after converting this bytecode into Linux, no, Linux represented bytecode is available. That is called as native code. After converting into Mac representations, Mac represented bytecode is available now. That is what their native code. So JVM is converting bytecode to native code and executing that native code. So anyway, JVM responsibilities are two. What are the two responsibilities? No, one is a conversion. Second one is what their execution. Conversion is from what to what? Converting from neutral bytecode to local operating system representation. That is what their native code. Converting from bytecode to native code and executing that native code. These are responsibility of the JVM. All of you are getting clarity or not? Now one straight question I'm asking to all of you. Now try to answer for it. How many times we compiled our program here? How many times we compiled our program? Arey yaar, only one time, right? Only one time only we compiled our program. But how many times we executed our program? How many times we have executed our program? 4 times we have executed our program or not? See, observe it carefully. 4 times here we executed there. One time we compiled our program, but 4 times we execute our program. Now tell me, all 4 times on a different operating system we have executed. We executed our program 4 times in a different operating systems. Am I right or not? Now here my question is, for the 4 times execution of our program, for the 4 times execution of our program, how many JVMs here we have used them? For 4 times execution of our program, how many JVMs here we have used them? Come on guys, now tell me how many JVMs here we have used. Is that single JVM or 4 JVMs? Come on, think and give the answer now. Is it single JVM or 4 JVMs now? Single JVM or 4 JVMs now? Right, answer is what there? 4 JVMs, not single JVM. Not single JVM, 4 JVMs now. How sir? How can you say 4 JVMs can now? Please recognize my statement now. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only. Java is a platform independent programming language because of what there? JVMs only. But JVM is a platform dependent one. JVM is what there? Platform dependent. Java is a platform independent programming language, but JVM is what there? Platform dependent. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this? Java is what there? Platform independent programming language, but JVM is what there? Platform dependent. JVM is what there? Platform dependent. Clear? All of you are getting clarity on this point now? Alright, sir. This is a clear-cut information here. We can understand about the JVM and its platform dependency now. Not only JVM, the complete Java software, Java programming language is different, Java software is different. The complete Java software is a platform dependent. The total Java software is what there? Platform dependent. Inside the Java software only, we are having Java compiler, JVM, Java Docker, and all so many tools are available. All the tools collection is nothing but Java software. All the tools are platform dependent. Java compiler is platform dependent. Java JVM is platform dependent. Java documentator is a platform dependent. Java profiler is a platform dependent. All these are the Java tools. All these Java tools are platform dependent, but Java programming language is what they're platform independent. So all these tools are available inside the Java software. Java software is a collection of these tools only. So Java software is totally what they're platform dependent, but Java programming language is what they're platform independent. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity or not? Right, so now let me take this particular diagram here. Now let me go for it. Later on, of course, I'm going to write the content here. Right, sir. Example for this is what there? Java. Java is the best example for what there? Platform independent. But let me give some points here about it now. Right, sir. If we compile Java program on Windows operating system, if we compile Java program on Windows operating system, then the compiler will generate dot class file. Right, sir? Then the compiler will generate what there? Dot class file. Right, sir. It contains what code here? Now tell me byte code. What is the nature of the byte code? It is not a directly executable code. It is not a directly executable code. Okay, what is this actually? It is an intermediate code. It is an intermediate code, and it is not having any operating system representations. Operating system representations, and it is not having any operating system representations. Okay, fine. This is a punch kernel. But observe carefully. In this context, in this context, in this context, if you want to execute, if you want to execute bytecode on any operating system, if you want to execute bytecode on any operating system, then that bytecode must have, the local operating system representations. In this context, if you want to execute bytecode on any of the operating system, then the respective bytecode, then that bytecode must have the local operating system representations. Right or not? In this context, to make Java as a platform dependent programming language, Sun Microsystems to make Java as platform dependent programming language, Sun Microsystems has provided some conversions or some translators, some conversion mechanisms to translate bytecode from neutral nature to, from what nature can know, neutral nature to the local neutral representation to the local representation. Okay, neutral representation, right? This is a punch can. But how Sun Microsystems has provided this conversion mechanism can know, observe carefully. Sun Microsystems has provided the conversion mechanisms. Sun Microsystems has provided the conversion mechanisms along with execution, in the form of JVM, in the form of what there, JVM. What's the meaning of the JVM here? Java Virtual Machine. In the form of JVM only here, we are able to get it. Java Virtual Machine. Got it or not? This is a clear-cut information here we have to understand. Now here, I want to give some conclusions, guys. Now try to understand these conclusions here. What conclusion here? I am telling to you, observe carefully. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only. Java is a platform independent programming language because of what there? JVMs only. But JVM is a platform dependent tool. But JVM is what there? A platform dependent tool. JVM is what there? A platform dependent tool. Yes, sir, got it or not? So this is what exactly the point here I'm telling to you. Now try to recognize this clearly. Java is a platform independent programming language because of JVMs only, but JVM is a platform dependent tool. One small note here I'm telling there. What is the note now? Right, sir. Java is a platform independent programming language. Java is a platform independent programming language, but Java programming language. Java programming language is a platform independent programming language, but Java software is a platform dependent. Java software is what there? Platform dependent. Right, sir. Observe carefully what I'm telling to you clearly now. Right, sir. Right, sir. Now this is a clear-cut information here we can understand. Java programming language is a platform independent programming language, but Java software is what there? Platform dependent here now. All of you are getting clarity up to now. Now here I have a question, one important interview question here I'm having there. What is that question here we are having there? Observe carefully. My question is, what are the differences between .exe file and dot class file. What are the differences between .exe file and .class file? Now here we have to give answer for this question. What are the differences between .exe file and .class file? Right, sir. Answer for this clearly. Some answers are available. First of all, in which programming languages these things are existed? Okay, that we have to understand. Now tell me, .exe file is available in C and C++. Next one is what there? .class file is existed in Java. Is existed in what there? Java. Okay, fine. Point number 2. Now observe carefully. What they are containing? .exe file contains directly executable code. Okay, but what about this .class file? .class file contains .class file contains what? .class file contains bytecode. What's the nature of the bytecode? It is not a directly executable code. What is this actually? It is an intermediate code. This is what there an intermediate code. Right, sir. Point number 3. Which code is dependent on the platform? No. .exe file or .class file? Which file is having platform dependent code? .exe file contains what there platform dependent code, but .class file doesn't have platform dependent code. It is a neutral bytecode. Answer my point now. So I can say that .exe file is a platform dependent. .exe file is what there platform dependent. But whereas .class file is platform independent. .class file is what there platform independent. Right. One more point I'm telling there. Observe carefully. .exe file is able to provide lesser security. .exe file is able to provide what there lesser security. .class file is able to provide more security. Lesser security and what next one here? More security. Why? Because I can give multiple reasons for this particular security point of view. Point number 1. If we compare C and Java, C is a lesser secure programming language when compared with Java. So .class files, .exe files are having less security when compared with the .class files. This is one reason. Another reason I'm telling there, in outside also, majority of the viruses related softwares are provided in the form of .exe files. But no virus related software is available in the form of .class file. Even viruses, if you want to introduce, no, .exe file is a suitable one. But .class file is not suitable for what their virus related things. No. Sir, all of you are getting my point or not? So because of that reason also we can conclude that .exe file is able to provide less security for the data, whereas .class file is able to provide what there more security for our content. Why? Because .exe file is directly executable code. If I include virus related software, directly it will be executed. But .class file is not directly executable code. It is an intermediate code. Even if we include virus there, it is not executable directly. Understand my point? So which one is more secure and which one is less secure one? No. Alright. .class file is what there more secure, but .exe file is what there lesser secure one. So in this way we are able to understand the content clearly. Right, sir? So this is overall information about what there platform dependent and platform independent content. Right? Lesson number 3. Here we understood the differences reference between Java and others. If you observe this, that the difference, third difference here we understood clearly. Right, sir. All of you are getting clarity? Can I move forward? Can I go for the next one? All right, sir. The next one is like what I'm telling to you. Observe carefully. The fourth difference here, what I'm telling there, pointers are existed in C and C++, but pointers are not existed in Java. Pointers are existed in C and C++, but pointers are not existed in Java. That's a punch here. Okay. What is the meaning of this pointer? What exactly the meaning of this pointer? Okay. What's the time now? 6:30 almost. Okay. Then tomorrow. No, not on tomorrow, guys. The first weekend, this Saturday and Sunday, I'm not going to take classes for you. Next class will be on what there? Monday. Okay? Monday? What's it? Any occasion on Monday? No such kind of holidays. Class is there. Max class is there. Don't worry. So this Saturday I'm able to take no, but already I had some commitments there for other batches. No, I have to take somewhat sessions for them. Start tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Don't worry. Then once if I start object orientation on Saturday and Sundays also, we are going to have sessions. Yeah, actually the point is what there no holiday scheme actually max. I'm going to follow that, but we are at very startup mode. But we need to set right. We need to be in right track. Then once if we start it, definitely we are going to have long sessions. On Saturday, once if I start object orientation, Saturday and Sunday minimum 3 to 4 hours of time. I'm going to take for you on weekends. Then don't worry for it. We are able to get more content. But this 1 hour class, the few days of time max 1 week of time. From this point onwards, 1 week of time. After that, we are going to have 1.5 hour session. On weekends, more sessions we are able to have. No need to worry for it. But content-wise, we are completing almost all 1.5 hour equivalent content. I am covering there within 1 hour in your understandable format. So no problem. Actually, this today's topic I used to take up to 1.5 hour of time. But all of you are understanding the point here. But the point is what there, how it is possible. No, less members are available in this class now. That's why I can manage it. If more members are available, automatically it's going to be slow down. Slow down in the sense, it may take the same explanation I'm going to provide in general, 1.5 hour time, 1 hour, 20 minutes I used to take now. But today we understood clearly within 1 hour of time. That's a good thing, good sign now. Okay. Anyway, if you have any doubt for it, just we can watch that video. Document anyway is available. Now try to read the document. Each and every point here we are able to understand clearly. Got it or not? So don't worry. Then Monday, I'm going to continue this point here, this particular topic. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll see you on Monday.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to Durga Soft online training sessions. Okay, welcome to Durga Soft online training sessions. Welcome to Durga Soft online training sessions. So here, welcome to logic based programming. Logic based programming. So in short form, we will call it as LBP. And this batch is 14th batch. Successfully, we completed 13 batches. And this batch is nothing but what? 14th batch. This batch is nothing but what? 14th batch. 14th batch. And myself, K. Prakash Babu, having almost 15 plus years of experience. 15 plus years of experience as a trainer. Next and after that, coming to this course, what is the title of the course? I told it is nothing but logic based programming. Logic based programming, LBP batch number 14. Sir, duration of this course, sir, how many days it is going to take? Since it is nothing but weekend batch, only on Saturday and Sunday the sessions will be there. Sir, 5 weekends batch. Five weekends batch. Okay. So like this, we have 5 weekends. Okay. Around 2 months course, sir. This one is, but the classes will be there only on Saturdays and Sundays. Okay. Sir, how many demos will be there? So today is the demo session, and so tomorrow also. This is Saturday. This is Saturday and Sunday demo session at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. That's all. Sir, what about the regular class timings? The regular class timings is nothing but 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. So 2.5 hour session will be there on each Saturday and Sunday. Okay, this is completely weekend batch. And one more thing, Sir, today you have to attend the demo, and tomorrow also you have to attend the demo. And if you people are okay with that, and you need to pay by tomorrow evening, and you have to attend the class at 7 o'clock. But don't worry, this week, Saturday and Sunday, I mean, at 7 o'clock, 7 to 8 or 8:15, like that, 1 hour class will be there in the evening session. Okay. So you have to attend today from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and tomorrow also from 5 to 6:30. And then you have to make a payment at 6:30, and you need to continue from 7 o'clock batch. Okay. So this is nothing but what is our timings. Sir, only demo we are taking at 5 o'clock. This regular class will be at 7 p.m. sir. Okay. Today you are not required to join at 7 p.m. Okay. So if you can attend today demo, and you can attend tomorrow demo, and you can take the decision, and tomorrow onwards you can continue. This is nothing but what we have. Sir, what about the fees for this batch? I think you have seen in the document itself, I mean in the link itself, we have provided 2,500 is nothing but the fees. Okay. So where we are going to provide videos plus live classes. Okay. And then running notes you are going to get. Okay. And the people who are unable to attend live classes, sir, I am interested in this, but maybe work schedule, or I may not attend the classes. Then what we have to do? Don't worry, you can get registered for this course, and whenever you have a time on weekends, you can attend the classes. Remaining times, better to watch the video and clarify your doubts through WhatsApp group. Next, and after that, yeah, please wait, I will explain, Saurabh. This is nothing but what we have. Sir, in this, what is the main how many programs we are going to cover here? Main intention is what? Programming. It is a completely coding related things. Sir, 350 programs we are going to cover. How many programs we are going to cover, sir? 350 programs we are going to cover. Maybe, sir, I may add some programs also at the end, but I may not sure, but definitely. So if any interview question I am getting into my table, I will add that interview question also here. Okay. Sir, next term, what about the level of coding? Sir, here you can able to see the level of coding is nothing but, sir, up to 60% complexity you can get. Okay. Because, sir, what about remaining 40? That is in your hand. So once if the course is completed, or while course is going on, you have to open some hacker rank website, hacker earth website, lead code website, so code chef, like that. There are so many platforms are there which are providing some thousands of programs, but those programs are always at a top level. So with your empty brain, if you go to that particular website, maybe first demo programs, one or two you can solve, but remaining things, getting the logic is very, very difficult. For that, what we are going to do is, definitely this course is going to be helpful. So this course is going to give you the logic, right? For any problem, suppose if I am getting a new problem, how we can able to develop logic for that problem, so that thinking capacity you can able to get from this course, sir. This is nothing but my syllabus what we have here. Next, and after that, sir, what are the languages? This is the very, very important. Sir, what languages you are going to use to implement the program? Do you know? I'm going to take a C language, and I'm going to explain the programs in Java and even in Python. So for every program, okay, for every program, I will provide implementation in all these three languages. For every program, I will provide implementation in all these programming languages, so that you people will get a full-fledged clarity. I am going to provide implementation in all these three programming languages, so that you are going to get a full-fledged clarity. Sir, for this, which tool we are using? Sir, I am taking Hacker Rank link. Okay, Hacker Rank website I am taking. There I customized. Okay, I customized some programs. I generated a new link. In that you can able to practice the programs. Okay, just the best example, http:// www. So hackerrank.com. Okay, slash LBP test. Like this, we have one link is there. Okay, this is nothing but just for a demo purpose. Let us open this link. Once if you open the link, you can able to see in the browser. So one second. LBP test. Yeah, you are going to get like this. Sir, in this course, you are not required to install any software. Okay, you are not at all required to install any software. So this website is going to provide you all the compilers, all these things, whatever you require. Just you can able to open this link, and I will show you how to execute all these things. Just you have to follow the steps. That's all. Now let us see how that environment will be. Just I am going to enter into the contest. If you are unable to enter, just you can use your Google account. Sir, here I am going to provide the challenges. The dashboard will be like this. So here I am going to provide the challenges, and you have to select the challenge which you need to do. So continuously program number 001, 002, like that it will be there. And you can see the current rank also. So here leaderboard position will be there. So those who are practicing the programs parallelly, their names you can see here. Okay, the programs parallelly we are going to do the programs, right? If other person is also trying to do the program, so that ranking will be there here. Okay, who is going to solve the first, those that student name will be displayed here. Since it is the demo link, maximum students will be there. So like this we have. Okay, so anyway we are going to give separate link in our regular class. So just let us take one simple program. First program I am trying to do. Sir, what is the first program here? Implement a program to read username and display welcome message on the console. We have to read username and we have to display the welcome message on the screen. That is nothing but my requirement here. Sir, how to do this program? Have you observed this is the problem statement? And what is the input for your program? You have to read one user name from the user. Next term, is there any constraints? No, there is no constraint. What is the output format? Sir, we have to print the output message in the following format. So already you have accepted a name. In front of that, you need to take welcome. Welcome followed by some small space, and then you have to give name. So they have given some sample test cases also. What are the sample test cases? If the input is admin, your expected output is welcome followed by space followed by admin. In the second case, if your input is a Prakash, welcome followed by space and then Prakash. Suppose if your input is a Prakash followed by space and Babu, your output is welcome followed by space followed by Prakash followed by space and Babu. Like this we have to do. Sir, here you can say able to see our coding challenge. Okay, panel will be there. Here first step is you have to select the language which you want to do. You can implement this in C language. You can implement this in Java. You can implement this in Python. Any language you can choose. So anyway, I'm going to explain in all these three languages. Now consider I'm going to select C. Have you observed the total pattern? Whatever header files are required, those things are already included and integer main, and you can write the code here. So everything is by default existed here. Just your task is you have to fill that main method, beyond that nothing. And for learning this coding challenges, I mean to enter into this logic based programming course, you must have a knowledge in any one programming language. Either it may be C or it may be Java or it may be Python. And anyway, I'm going to explain in all these three languages. You can concentrate on the language which you are perfect. So because sir, I know very well about Java and Python, but I don't know anything about C language, or I know C and Java. I don't know anything about Python. So then highly recommended to concentrate on C and Java implementations. Just you can able to see the Python implementation. That's all. Okay, don't go in detail because you people are going to confuse with respect to programming language. Okay, this is nothing but what we have. So next and after that. So next and after that, sir, I'm going to implement this code now. Just I'm removing this and I'm writing in the main method. Have a look once how you can write. What is the requirement? We have to read a string from the user. How to declare a string in C language? Character name. It is going to collect maximum 20 characters. Okay. What is the seventh line? It is going to read a string from the user. Okay. It is going to declare a string. So the name of the string is name, and it is not a directly string concept is not there in C. It is a group of characters. Like how many characters I am collecting? Maximum 20, minimum any number of characters. So what is the next step? We have to read this data. Okay. So we have to read this data. How to read this data? How we can able to read this information? Let us see now. One second. Right. Now, sir, I am taking scanf function percentage yes comma name I am taking. This is the way how to read a string from the user. Scanf percentage yes comma name. Ampersand is not required for the string type of data. Directly we can read. That's all. What is the next category? So printf within double quotations welcome followed by space percentage yes comma name, because percentage yes is the modifier which we are using for printing the string values. And let us run this code. Is the program is going to execute? Yes. You can see the program is working for case 0 and for case 1. Sir, what about this test case 2? It is not satisfying the test case 2. Why? Because here welcome, if you are giving input as a Prakash Babu, it is taking only Prakash. Whenever a space is coming, it is not reading. But in previous cases, since in the input we don't have any space, happily it is accepting. Okay. Sir, how you can able to overcome this? Do you know? Here within in between this percentage and yes, within square brackets, you can take a cap of slash and something like regular expressions. I think you heard. Cap means what? Excluding. Whenever you are getting new line character, until that you can able to read the data. Okay, until getting new line character, it is keep on reading the data. Means what? Spaces it will read or not? Yes. Now let us run the code. Sir, now all these three test cases are satisfied. Now your task is you have to submit the code. Once if you click on submit, what will happen? Sir, already I have inserted some test cases in the backend. So it is going to match with the test cases, and you are going to get 1 point for every program. And the status is the program is accepted. And this is the code what we have written. This is the code what we have written. Like this we have. Sir, it is a C program just to print a welcome message on the screen. Okay. This is our first program what we have, sir. I think from this you came to know how to read a string including spaces, right? So this is nothing but what we have. Like this we are going to cover how many programs? 350 programs. Sir, can you please show me the syllabus? Can you please show me the syllabus? Yes, we have all the 350 programs titles are there. Okay, all the 350 programs titles are there. Just I will show you. Just a second, friends. Yeah. So this is nothing but what is the program that we have. Okay. And I think you can see the syllabus is there here. So this is nothing but the syllabus. Total how many programs we are going to cover? 350 programs will be there. Sir, from program number 1 to, okay, so up to program number, okay, up to program number almost yeah, up to program number 25. So program number 1 to program number 25, we have the basic mathematical formula related programs will be there, like reading the two numbers, performing addition and multiplication related programs, division related programs, comparison related programs, even or odd, like different kind of programs are there. All these programs are asked in previous interview questions. Okay, like in the coding rounds. So in the topmost MNC companies and in small moderate companies, in all these companies, they are going to conduct the coding test, right? So in that we collected some programs and we have taken some own programs. So by mixed together, these are nothing but 25 programs what we have here. Okay. So first 25, I mean 350. First 25 programs are formula based. And from 26 onwards, if condition related programs will be there. So up to 50 if condition related programs like simple if else if, nested if and switch case, these related programs will be there. And program number 51 onwards, so almost up to, okay, almost up to, yeah, yes, up to 100 you can expect while loop related programs, while and do while related programs will be there. So from program number 51 to 100, sir, almost you can see 50 programs purely on while loop we are covering. Then program number 101 to, so almost 150 50 programs we are going to cover on for loop, how you can work with for loop. So exclusively 50 programs based on for loop. Then program number 151 onwards, so up to 1 200, up to 200, no, so almost up to 225. So almost you can see 75 programs, right? 50 75 programs we are going to see on arrays. Okay. Next, sir, 126 onwards, so up to 270, I think so, or 275. Yes, up to 275. Another 75 programs or another 50 programs we are going to cover on matrices. How to read a matrix, how to write a matrix, square of each and every element in the matrix, how to calculate row wise sum, column wise sum, how to interchange the diagonals. Okay, main diagonal, opposite diagonal, how to change, how to swap two rows, how to swap two columns. Okay, lower triangular matrix, upper triangular matrix, is two matrices are equal or not, addition of two matrices, multiplication of two matrices, like that. Then how to perform reading and writing the strings. Next 276 onwards, almost you can able to see the programs which is related to the strings, up to which is 350. Okay, almost 75 programs we are going to get on strings. So formula based programs, conditional based programs, looping based programs, array based programs, string based programs, matrix based programs. These programs, so from 0 to next level you can able to learn. This is nothing but just I have given only the titles. So in detail it will be there. Okay. So I think you people got a very clear clarity about this. Now if you are having any queries in this, you can feel free to ask. And before that, just one small point, this batch timings is not at 5 o'clock. Only today and tomorrow we will have at 5 o'clock. So from the next week onwards, the class will be there from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Okay. This is nothing but just a small conclusion that I am giving. Yeah. Now, if you are having any queries, please feel free to ask. Yes. Any queries?
Yeah, hi. I'm
Yes.
audible.
Yeah, you are.
So this class is already started, right? So today and tomorrow there is a class for regular students, right?
Yes. If you are okay with these classes, and if you have already attended these demo sessions, you can make the payment at 7 o'clock and you can continue from today. The regular class is already started. For
Okay,
7 o'clock batch students, already I have taken the programs up to almost last week only we started.
okay,
So already we completed, yeah,
up
up
to
to
20.
11 programs we completed for the 7 o'clock students. And
Okay,
today I'm going to take for them from 12 program onwards. And
okay,
tomorrow, whatever I'm going to cover for them, that will be revised in this demo session. So that next week onwards, both the people are going to get a common number.
okay.
So next week, I'm going to club these 5 o'clock students to 7 o'clock. That is our main intention. Okay.
Yes. And this will be a weekend batch only, no weekdays batch, right?
Yeah, no regular batch. We can batch on. You want regular batch? Maybe another 1 month you need to wait. Programs in Python also covered or only C? No, I told right. The programs will be covered in all the programming languages. Like if you see, this is a simple program. So first I will explain the problem statement and I will take some example and I will explain how to write the logic. Later, we will implement this program in C language and we will implement this program in Java and we will implement the program in Python. In all these three languages, we are going to cover. Okay. Today, regular batch start at 7 p.m. Yes, the people who are willing to continue, immediately you can make a payment and continue at 11 o'clock, 7 o'clock batch. No problem at all. So for them,